This story begins with an emergency check. The check was due to the discovery of a serious error. This location had to be completely cleared. At this time, huge monsters are destroying people. The main character is a blacksmith named Aiden. He holds his little sister in his arms and asks a girl named Ellis to come to her senses. At this moment, the girl tells her brother to run away. Suddenly, a huge monster with horns and huge claws appears in front of the main character. At once, this monster begins to emit a huge beam from its shoulder that burns everything in its path. The main character was very wounded. He starts screaming and calling for his sister, but at this moment he sees his sister dissolving into space. He tries to catch her and asks why this is all happening. The main character doesn't understand what they did. Aiden starts crying and asking for this to end. The sister takes her brother by the hand and asks for forgiveness. Ellis begins to dissolve into space and says that her brother must survive. When his sister disappeared, Aiden looks at his hand and sees that his sister left a rubber band on it. At this moment, the monsters look at the main character and say that the error has been found. The threat level of this bug is low, and yet he is one of the reasons for the error that appeared, because there is a possibility of turning into a dangerous virus. This is Aiden. The monster directs its blow at the main character and says that he will be deleted forever. The main character doesn't understand. Why did everything turn out this way? They just wanted to lead an ordinary life. He doesn't understand why they needed to be removed. In a world that was terrorized by magical creatures, one day the system's chosen players suddenly appeared, which subsequently began to hunt them, and the people were heartily betrayed by their savior. After all, thanks to them, the threat of attacks by magical creatures on ordinary people has receded. However, the peaceful life did not last long. After some time, players began to treat people like toys, as if this was in the order of things. They committed many atrocities against them, but despite this, ordinary people could not answer them, and the reason for this was system moderator, that everyone who went against the rules was branded under the name of a bug, and during an update or check, such people were deleted. To be honest, the main character didn't care about either the moderator or the players. Their life was too complicated to have time to think about such things. Personally, the two of them benefited from regular checks. After all, while they were being carried out, everything seemed to freeze. But the main character and his sister, oddly enough, could move. The main character didn't care why it was like that, and staying alive is of paramount importance to him. After all, at a time when everyone was freezing, the main character could steal something to eat and no one could notice. The system indicates that the enchanting was unsuccessful and the equipment was destroyed. This was when the main character broke his sword at his job. After all, the main character is a blacksmith. And at that moment, a blow lands in the guy's face. They begin to beat him up and say that there was a 50% chance of success, and Aiden managed to fail in the task. The boss says that because of the main character, he just lost his valuable resources. Then the man began to kick the main character and says that as soon as he imagines how much begins to boil with anger, he told Aiden to die. At this moment, the man began to stop and say about the fact that Aiden is really going to die. But the man did not see this as a problem. After all, this guy is a simple person. When the boss and his friend left, they decided to go somewhere else. The boss says that the system would have loaded this guy back anyway. And if not for the penalty of karma, the man would actually kill the guy for what he did. At this moment, the younger sister begins to call the main character. She asks if Aiden is okay or not. But Aiden is angry because he told his sister not to come down. After all, this place is dangerous. Ellis says she wanted to do something to help her brother. Ellis brings a handkerchief and begins to wipe his brother's face. She asks why these people treated him so cruelly. After all, Aiden didn't break the equipment on purpose. The main character tells his sister that everything is fine and these are just such players. Ellis says she'll try to grow up as soon as possible. To help his brother, the main character understands that it doesn't matter that his job is difficult, but for the players, he's just trash. As long as he can protect his sister, he doesn't care. However, Aiden doesn't understand what's wrong with this system. After all, some kind of nonsense is happening, Aiden doesn't understand why they have to be removed. The main character is angry and says that he will destroy this system no matter the cost. The main character is immersed in some space. He sees that everything is gradually disappearing. At this moment, a huge hand appears and takes the guy by the head, and the system says that this location will be completely cleared, and Aiden will be restored. After all, his time has come to fulfill his role. The main character is again transferred to the city and all the houses there begin to be rebuilt. Aiden does not understand how he managed to return. After all, he clearly remembers that he was given the authority of a first-level moderator. The command line is unlocked and the main character has access to use commands. A panel appears in front of the main character. Aiden doesn't understand what it is. At this time, in the Panson Forest, the island of Helen, a lot of people leave there. At this moment, one guy is upset because there is a system in front of him and he was hoping for an upgrade from the previous one. After all, it was 100 years ago. He continues to put up with the current downgrade. The system says that the update asks the owner to take into account the points related to the verification. The changes occurred because the error zone was cleared. Players who suffered losses during this audit will be paid compensation. The guy is angry because they haven't updated anything. He asks why there was any need to carry out that check. At this moment, he sees a crowd of people near the tent. He asks why there are so many people. He asks why everyone is here. But people say that an event is taking place in this place. Sharpening event. People say that here you can increase the level of sharpening with gold and not resources. The guys are angry because there was not a word about this in the ad. And this is probably a hidden event. At this time, the main character forges a weapon. His client is happy. After all, the sharpening was successful, and the guy increased his skill points. He shouts for everyone to watch. After all, it can happen to everyone. If not now, then when will such happiness come? All the people start asking the guy to sharpen them too. After all, they will pay even as much as he says. At this moment, a very angry guy appears who drives everyone out of the way and tells the guys to retreat with sharpening because now it's his turn. The main character sees that this is the same guy who humiliated him. He hands Aiden a huge number of balls and says that the main character should improve all this for him. The guys start getting angry and asking where this man is jumping in line. After all, if he starts a fight, he will only lower his karma. These guys are famous dealers in the area and they have bad character. After all, they always cause problems for others. Most likely, these guys won't have long to get a fine. At this moment, the guy asks his friend about the main character. Isn't this the same guy? After all, this is Aiden from the village that was recently cleared. This is the same merchant and he was lucky to survive. But these two don't understand. Why is the guy alone? And where did the little girl go? They say that apparently there was no plug from it, so they removed it. Aiden begins to get angry and says that the probability of success is 25%. He asks if they are vowels. The man replies that of course he agrees. After all, he has an ear for profitable deals, and if they manage to sharpen only one of the 4 swords, then he will already be in the black. Suddenly he asks if the guy is sure. After all, his entire fortune could go down the drain. But the guy calls his friend a stupid head. He asks how much more he needs to repeat so that he doesn't panic. He says that everything will work out, and if not, he will reimburse his friend tenfold. The main character begins to get angry and think that these guys are rotten people. Do they really think that they will succeed? The main character begins to hit this weapon very hard. He understands that the guys will succeed or not, it's up to him to decide. The system indicates that sharpening was unsuccessful. At this moment, a huge number of swords were damaged, and Aiden says that he's just an inept guy. People start laughing because Aiden ruined everything and didn't strengthen a single sword. It's funny, and at least he made people laugh. The mean guy starts talking about how Aiden is mean. But at that moment, his friend grabs him and asks what about his money. After all, the guy said that he would return the entire amount to him tenfold, and he doesn't even dare run away from it. The man tries to stop his friend and says that it is not his fault, and it's all the blacksmith's fault. After all, he did all this on purpose out of revenge, but a friend asks what kind of nonsense the guy is talking about. At this moment, people start shouting that if these two want to fight, then let them go somewhere else. After all, time is running out and now it's their turn to improve their weapons. In the evening, the main character returns to his room and sits next to the sofa. He brought a bag of gold and rejoices that it was finally over. And what he received for today will be enough for him, because with that kind of money he thinks that he won't have to worry about anything for a long time. Well, then he decides to open the system and the quest pointer, which is called holding one event, is completed. Aiden asks, will he be able to collect his reward now? On the day he survived, inscriptions appeared before his eyes that he had never seen before. This was his status. There were his data, as well as strength, agility, intelligence, and endurance. The system has unblocked the update. Then the main character saw different teams. He does not understand. Is this really the ability of a moderator? He doesn't believe that he can use it. Does he really have the capabilities as a moderator? At this moment, the system panel begins to glow and a quest was added. Then the main character was confused. After all, he doesn't know what a quest is, but he tried to calm himself down. He needed to connect all the events that had happened. He will be resurrected thanks to a force unknown to him. But ordinary people don't receive quests, and such things could only be created by someone who has the authority of a moderator. And obviously this stranger had a reason, but Aiden doesn't understand why he chose him. But when the main character remembers the death of his sister, he realizes that he doesn't care. After all, if he can take revenge on the moderator, then they can use him as much as they want. However, in return, he will use the system. At this point, the system performs cleaning, and the moderator's powers were increased to the second level. The update was unlocked. A command called opening a locked item has opened. Aiden doesn't understand. Can he really open a locked thing? After all, he will need to try it out someday. It's good that the level of authority has increased. He asks nothing bad will happen because of this. After all, no matter how it is, he is still weak and he will not be able to defeat even beginners. And if he is branded a bug, then Aiden will not be able to do anything when the next check is launched, and it will simply be deleted. The main character hopes that there must be some way. At this moment, the system added quest pointer number 2. The main character must find an Easter egg, but the location is specified. Aiden sees that there is another quest before him. He is surprised that he needs to find an Easter egg. He does not understand. Is this really some kind of treasure hunt? But there is nothing in this because he should not rush, and he also has no other options. The main character gets up and leaves the room. He says that in order to survive, he must complete quests. And the Easter egg is not that far away, and he decides to go there at dawn. The main character goes out onto the balcony and looks at the beautiful city. The next morning, Aiden is angry because he came where he was indicated. He does not understand. Does he really need to go into the dungeon? Aiden sees huge doors in front of him. In a dungeon, this is a place where players go to level up their abilities. Aiden can't believe he's here. At this moment, it turns out that something is watching the main character. Aiden approaches the door and sees how huge it is, but he can't lose his head. He does not understand. Is it really possible that if he allows fear to overcome him now, then he is interested in what will happen to him next? Compared to those monsters that the moderator brought on that terrible day, this is nothing. The main character begins to open the huge doors and go inside. The system warns that access is restricted and level 80 is required for this. But the level of authority of the moderator is sufficient to open access. When the main character went inside, he saw a huge number of some kind of monsters. They are located everywhere. They growl and make strange noises. At this moment, Aiden is glad that he almost caught their sight. He does not understand. Do players always have to face such monsters? After all, this is a dungeon. Aiden simply followed the directions, and he feels as if he is outside the world. He sees that this is an unusual road. The gate appears in front of the main character again. He tries to open them, but these gates are already inaccessible during the winter. Aiden decides that if he has already reached this place, he simply cannot return back. He opens the system and thinks about how he can use the ability he received yesterday. At this point, the system uses update and unlock. The system begins to glow. The update is unlocked. At this moment, the gates begin to open, and Aiden is glad that they opened. The main character enters there and a very bright light begins to shine on him. When Aiden entered there, he saw high steps in front of him and behind them a huge fireball. Aiden doesn't understand. Is this really the Easter egg that he should pick up? But at this moment, suddenly some kind of explosion occurs behind him. Aiden turns around, and he doesn't understand where the huge monster, a magical creature, came from here. The monster swings its weapon to hit the main character. He begins to swing his sword and in the process injures parts of the main character's body. Now Aiden is covered in scratches. The main character begins to get angry, but he realizes that he has nothing more to lose. The guy takes out his sword and he is ready to fight too. When the monster takes another swing at the main character, Aiden parries the enemy's blow. The main character can hardly fend off the monster's blows, and he won't be able to hold out for long and he needs to attack. At this moment, the monster pierces the guy's shoulder with his sword, but Aiden starts to get angry, and he pierces the monster's neck with his sword. The main character is happy that everything worked out for him, and he won, because now the head of the monster falls to the ground. But at this moment, his body begins emit a strange aura. Aiden doesn't understand what's going on, and at this moment, the monster hits the main character with its hand and Aiden flies to the side and hits the wall. The monster picks up its head from the floor and puts it back on. Aiden doesn't understand how this is even possible. The main character is upset because he knew that nothing would work out for him. Aiden is losing hope in his life, but he remembers how Ellis told him that his brother must survive. At this moment, the main character opens his eyes and takes out his hammer. He gains incredible strength, and his eyes begin to turn red. He understands that if he manages to survive, he will become much closer to his goal. The monster swings at the main character again, but Aiden is ready to parry this blow. When the main character uses his hammer against a monster's sword, the enemy's weapon splits into pieces, and the system says that the sharpening was unsuccessful, and the equipment was destroyed. Aiden doesn't understand. Does the system really recognize this monster as equipment and not a magical creature? Aiden realizes that this is his chance, so he swings at the monster and wants to kill him. After several strikes, the system indicates that sharpening was unsuccessful, and with just a few blows, the monster falls apart. Aiden throws an incredible amount of punches, and the system is already tired of notifying that the imprisonment was unsuccessful. The final blow of the main character falls directly on the monster's head. Aiden sits next to him and rejoices that he succeeded. Now the main character completes the quest called Find the Easter Egg. The moderator's powers have been increased to level 3. An editing update is unlocked. Aiden sees that he has a new ability. He doesn't understand. Is it really for her that he came to this place? The main character experiences incredible pain from the blows, but he decides it's time for him to return. When the main character leaves the cave, he feels very bad, and he begins to lose consciousness. The main character falls to the ground. At this moment, the silhouette of a man suddenly appears in front of him. He's wearing a cloak and you can't see him, even his face. But when the person takes off his cloak, it turns out to be a girl with blue hair. At this time, a metal ball flies out of the cave and heads towards the body parts of the monster that the main character killed. Char includes scanning and confirms that the dungeon keeper has been destroyed. Traces of the bug were also found. This is his blood. His threat level is low. The ball begins to dissolve in space and indicates that emergency measures need to be taken. He decides to report the situation. At this time, the main character lies unconscious, and a girl stands in front of him and calls the system. At this moment, Aiden hears some strange sound, and the girl takes the guy by the hand and tries to press something in the system. She wants Aiden to accept her as a friend. At this moment, the main character comes to his senses and he starts screaming. He asks who the girl is. The girl replies that her name is Arya. Aiden believes this girl is a player. It uses status checking to find out information about this girl. Arya tells Aiden not to be so scared. After all, she is a good person. At this moment, the main character sees that this girl's status is unavailable. He thinks this is absurd. Aiden doesn't understand that the minimum possible karma is 100. If so, then the girl is dangerous. Aiden asks Arya to move away. He asks what she needs. Arya gets angry and says that Aiden is too boring. After all, she actually cured the guy. She dropped healing potions on him. The girl doesn't have much healing potion, but she spent a couple of bottles on the guy. She asks if it is true that she is kind. At this moment, the main character takes himself by the shoulder and sees that there is no wound there. And he understands that the wounds have indeed healed. Arya says it was a gesture of goodwill, and she just never met guys like Aiden. And he interested her. Aiden doesn't understand. What is this girl even talking about? At this moment, suddenly a panel appears in front of the main character, which begins to glow. It notifies that a quest has been added called Raising the Level. Aiden doesn't understand why the quest appeared now. He is glad that it seems that only he can see the quest window. But be that as it may, well, there is no desire to get involved with a suspicious player. Aiden gets up from the ground and thinks that he needs to leave this place as soon as possible. He thanks the girl for her help and says, what if Arya doesn't ask for anything in return, then he'll probably go. Aiden starts to leave and says goodbye to the girl. Arya looks after the guy for some time. At this moment, the main character sees that the system is giving the guy a request to add Arya as a friend. It turns out that the girl, all this time I followed the main character. Aiden turns and says that the girl is done following him. He asks why Arya is following him. After all, she is already getting on his nerves. He asks Arya to leave. The girl asks why she can't follow the guy. After all, you can't call him strong. She asks what will happen if he falls down again. After all, if this happens, then the guy will again need the help of a friend like Arya. Aiden says the girls will stop pestering him. He tells Arya to get out, and he doesn't understand when they manage to become friends. At this moment, Arya says that she was right, and Aiden does not even notice that he is now in great danger. Suddenly, Arya tells Aiden to turn around, and when the main character turns around, a huge beast attacks him. The main character uses the inventory and takes out his weapon from there. He fights off the beast, but after this beast comes another flock of such monsters. Aiden asks where so many magical creatures came from here. He does not understand. Did the animals smell the blood that remained on his clothes? At this point, Arya says that the situation is not simple. She asks if she wants her to help the main character, but Aiden replies that he can handle it himself. After all, there are no options to complete the new quest. He must kill them, and he has no other way to become stronger before the next test. The animals begin to attack the main character, but Aiden is ready to fight them off with his sword. At this time, a ball with information approaches the system operator named Lloyd. Now Lloyd knows that the Easter egg is missing. He is asking, is it really possible to steal it? But of course, this is possible if a person kills the dungeon keeper. However, he was equipped with immortal armor, and in theory, it is impossible to defeat him. At this moment, the metal ball shows the pictures that he was able to copy, and there it is clear that only fragments remain of the dungeon keeper. Lloyd says it's weird, and if they do nothing, then the moderator, he soon finds out what happened. The system operator thinks that he needs to check everything personally. At this time, the main character is still fighting with magical creatures. He is more than sure that this is the work of the bugged one. After some time, the main character dealt with his magical enemies, and he destroyed everyone. The guy is tired, but he is glad that he did it. It's even surprising to him that he, a simple man, managed to defeat so many magical creatures. The editing team appears in front of the main character, and Aiden thinks that this ability is actually very good, and he couldn't even imagine that this would happen. After all, his stat points are doubled. Aiden sees that he will be able to increase his stat points not only by doubling. However, the consequences are not long in coming. Next time, he will need to be more careful in using the ability, which has helped in many things. But it would be great for the main character to know what other abilities can be unlocked. But at this moment, Aiden does not understand why his level is still the same and his points are still at 0. In order to become stronger in this world, Aiden must increase his level, and this can be done in 2 ways. The first way is by completing quests, and the second way he can increase the level by hunting magical creatures. Well, Aiden doesn't understand how this happened, and he thinks about what's clearly here. Something is wrong. Maybe he should try another way. After all, following the logic of the main character, he spent the next few days fighting magical creatures, and he had no choice. Other ordinary people did not give him tasks. No matter how many monsters he kills, no matter how many teams. He didn't lead, but the level was categorically in no hurry to increase. And then it dawned on the main character. He realized that ordinary people cannot surpass themselves, but the players of the selected system are a different matter. And when he did not happen to be one of those who, his destiny was to remain on the outskirts of development, Aiden doesn't understand what he should do now. He is sure that there is always a way out. At this moment, Arya asks the main character to listen. She asks when Aiden will add her as a friend. But Aiden doesn't understand how much longer Arya plans to follow him around. He asks the girl to disappear. But Arya remembers that she wanted to ask why Aiden so desperately wants to become stronger. The girl gets up and says that no matter what, if Aiden wants to increase his level faster, then Arya thinks that the easiest way to do this is within the framework of team play. After all, Aiden himself said that he couldn't do anything alone. At this moment, the main character thinks about what if this really works. After all, the girls will probably be given experience points, which will be divided between them by members of the same team. And this way, the main character will be able to become stronger. At this point, Aiden agrees, but Arya did not expect such an answer. She asks, was she really heard? But Aiden once again repeats that he agrees to this team play for the girl. Arya begins to be incredibly happy, and she rushes into the arms of the main character. She says that she somehow doesn't even believe it. She asks if, while they get to the right place, Aiden can add her as a friend, but the main character refuses. The next morning, the main characters went to the Hekla Gorge. To pass this place, the recommended level is 50th. Arya says that they players call it forgetting a friend. Mythical beasts appear in front of the main characters. Arya advises the guy to stand still. If he twitches, he risks dying right there. Arya says that she only helps friends and Aiden doesn't want to add her as a friend. She says that today is clearly not the day of the main character because they usually pay for such money. Aiden thinks that judging by the girl's behavior, hunting is a simple matter for her. And to begin with, he will try everything in his power. The main character uses experience points, multiplying by 2. Aiden understands that he can quickly increase his level only if he earns experience points in this way. He prays that this is the only thing he can do. At this moment, Arya is not waiting for anyone, and she is already rushing into battle against mythical monsters. She starts killing one by one, and Aiden just watches as the level increases. The main character is happy that it finally worked, and his level has increased. He decides that he should have done this from the beginning. At this moment, it turns out that the same ball is watching the main character. He sees that a bug has been discovered. The main character is watching everything that is happening, and he assumed that Arya was strong, but he did not expect that she is just that strong. After all, the girl fights and has never been wounded. Aiden still doesn't understand why Arya followed him. After all, this girl is incredibly strong. Suddenly, Arya notices that the main character is being followed by a ball. But Aiden doesn't pay attention to anything. He sees that the system notifies that the quest has been completed and its level has been increased. And for this, he had a reward of ability points 1. Aiden says it's prompt. After all, how many days before that had he wasted? He thinks about what he should spend the reward on. He hopes that some new ability will open up to him. At this moment, he looks at the mountain of dead magical creatures and he does not understand where that girl went. Where did it take her? After all, Arya said that she would boost the guy all the time. At this moment, the magic ball is already broken and he is trying to say a warning. The fact that the object was entered into the destruction system, and numerous losses may occur. Arya finishes off this magic ball with her foot. She says he is too noisy. Arya doesn't know what he is, but he bothers her, and she will not allow anyone to touch her goods. Aiden accepts a friend request from a girl. Arya is incredibly happy because Aiden is new to her list of friends. She thanks the guy. She asks, "Has Aiden finally realized that she is good?" At this moment, the main character says that the girl will stop making noise and he just added her as a friend. The main character began to travel with a random player he met named Arya. He still doesn't understand what the girl saw in him. However, Arya helped a lot in the winter, so he added the girl as a friend. Be that as it may, it certainly won't make him any worse. Sasha's degree was used in editing, and I got a really needed skill. He received a class change and is no longer a commoner or a player. Due to the fact that the system began to recognize him as a player, he will be able to raise his level alone. Aiden thinks that he has a long journey ahead of him, but he has already become much stronger, and the former main character was not even close to the current one. Aiden thinks that if he had at least such power back then, he could have saved his sister. At this moment, unexpectedly, Aiden sees golden glowing petals begin to fall, and he starts to run. Arya asks where Aiden is running. The main character and the girl run up to the cliff and see that a huge system, or rather a portal, appears there. Aiden doesn't understand what it is. Arya says that they call this place the bad sector. This is a space abandoned by the system, an area that was cleared by the moderator. It remained to exist on its own, and over time it turned into this. Nobody knows what might fly out of this place. Aiden starts to descend. That's where Arya asks, was Aiden really planning to go there? In this moment, Arya screams for Aiden to wait for her too. The girl starts running after the guy. Aiden sees that there is a bad sector in front of him. He does not understand. Is this really the place where he lived turned into something similar? Arya asks. Will they really go there? After all, she is already looking forward to it. The main character begins to enter that place and Arya runs after him. She says they will go together. He holds the guy by the shoulders with his own hands and Aiden asks what the girl is doing. After all, she can go in without him. Only moderators and operators can get into the bad sector. Aiden is angry and wants the girl to leave him alone, but Arya knew that Aiden was special. Aiden understands that he went inside, but he is interested in the question, why did he do it? After all, he had no need to do this. However, the main character, something remarkable begins to take out his sword. He thinks that there is something there, and if it is not a wild animal, then it is a magical creature. The main character swings his sword, but suddenly Aiden notices that a little boy is sitting there. The main character is surprised that there is a child in front of him. At this moment, a bullet starts flying for the main character and he fights it off with his sword. An adult guy is standing there and he begins to call the child to him. He shot from his crossbow to the main character. He points his weapon at the main character, asks Arya and Aiden, are they really players? After all, he hasn't seen other people here for a long time. He asks how these two got here. The guy sees that the main character seems suspicious to him, but it looks like he has intentions. Arya starts to get angry and the guy with the child walks in shocked. The child worries about his uncle, but the man thinks that the girl's energy makes him shiver. After all, he never. I haven't seen such players. He thinks about what he should do if the girl considers them enemies. At that moment, someone starts calling for a man named Jake. This is a man. He calls Jake master and runs to him saying that they have a problem. But when this man saw the main character, he was scared. He asks how the players ended up here. At this point, Mr. Jake asks what the problem is. The man says that Helen's symptoms have worsened. Mr. Jake comes into the house and he is very scared. The nurse is sitting there and sees that Mr. Jake has arrived. Jake asks why this happened. After all, there were no prerequisites. The nurse says that she doesn't know either, and she asks for forgiveness. The main character and Arya went after this guy. They see Jake screaming for Helen to wake up. Aiden sees the disease. The system says a warning that an error has been found, and the threat level is low, The system adds an emergency quest to the guy, which is called Destroy the Bug. Mr. Jack begins to ask the doctor to try to do something. He asks if they took it from him. There is no way. The doctor asks for an apology because there is nothing more. At this moment, the little boy rushes towards Helen and begins to cry. But Mr. Jake, he takes his hand and asks the guy who allowed him to enter. But the guy asks to be released. He asks Helen to open her eyes. But Mr. J says that the guy should not touch the girl. At this moment, Arya comes up and says that Helen must be having a hard time. But it's too late. The doctor is surprised that there is a player in front of her. Jake asks what Arya is talking about and what late means. He asks the girl for help because she is a player and will probably be able to do something. Arya says that this is not a disease, but a bug. Jake can't believe his ears. After all, this simply cannot be. After all, their relatives have turned into strange things, but among them there are no those who would oppose the system. He asks where this bug could have come from. Arya says that it appears not only in cases of resistance to the system. There are different types of bugs. They won't be able to help anymore. The worse a girl becomes, the more damage she will cause to everything around her. And if they don't want to be removed, then they should stay away from this place. At this moment, on the street, Aiden gets angry and hits the wall with his fist. He doesn't understand what kind of nonsense this is. After all, an emergency quest has been added. He asks, is he really being offered to kill this child now? The system asks if the main character wants to kill the bug using his moderator powers. Aiden refuses and says not to even ask him about it. The system says that, for failure to complete the quest, Aiden will be fined. The system asks, is Aiden really giving up on the quest? Aiden asks, is this really the only reason he was brought to this place? Aiden is not like the man who killed his sister. And he never follow his instructions. It doesn't matter whether it's a system or a bug. He will destroy everything. After some time, the main character enters the room where the sick girl is lying. He tells everyone to leave this place because he wants to examine the girl. Jake asks, is there really a way to cure her? Aiden isn't sure, but he says it's worth a try. At this moment, the little boy grabs the main character by the cloak and he begins to cry and asks the gentleman to save his younger sister. The main character approaches the girl and puts his hand on her head. Lights start to shine around, and they don't understand that this is happening. Arya is also perplexed by what is happening. At this moment, the main character finds himself inside the space of the system. He sees that even the end of this space is not visible. And if he has already decided to take this step, then he needs to find a way to save the girl. A bug is the consequences of a fatal error that arose as a result of resistance to the system, and therefore, perhaps if the main character manages to completely separate the girl from the system and recreate it anew, he will be able to save her. The main character uses all his powers. Aiden doesn't know how possible this is. At this moment, all people do not understand what is happening, and after one moment, a huge explosion of light permeates everything around. Aiden finds himself outside and he doesn't understand how it all happened. Did he really succeed? The system says that the secret quest has been completed, and there was the addition of a command called update deleting it is unlocked. The sector says that Aiden has been registered as the new moderator of Mount Ersa. Aiden doesn't understand what it is. Does it really turn out that he needed to get rid of Bug and not the child? And the system simply checked what choice he would make. Everyone leaves the space and Arya begins to pour the potion on the main character. Aiden shouts that this is enough because he is fine. Arya asks, scared, is everything okay with the guy because she was scared for him? Arya doesn't understand where the guy got such strength, he says, for Aiden to be more careful because he is an important person for her. But Aiden asks the girl to let her go. At this moment, Mr. Jake turns to the main character and thanks him. After all, thanks to him, not only the children, but they all remained safe and sound. They don't even know how to repay a guy's kindness. The system also says that the update has been completed, and the class of ordinary people Jake, Logan, Sophia, Henry, and Helen has been changed to free people. Aiden is surprised that the update has passed, and these people are free. He doesn't understand. Is it possible that this is not because of what just happened? These people resisted, so Aiden got them out of the system. However, literally right there, something, as if still waiting, intervened. Seeing, Aiden immediately felt that this was the source of the problem of the so-called bug. Aiden doesn't know for what reason. As a result, he was connected with these people. But what he is sure of is becoming free people. They got out of the current system and ceased to be ordinary people. Jake turns to Mr. Player and he asks to forgive him for asking, but he asks by accident. Isn't Aiden the cameraman? After all, he saved them through the system. The operators are the best players who were chosen by the moderators, and if Aiden is no longer a moderator, then Jake cannot find an explanation for the miracle that happened. And in general, they owe the main character an immense debt, so they ask Aiden to let them join him. The main character says that he is not an operator and moreover, they practically do not know each other. Jake talks about it being their own will. And besides, Aiden is now the owner of this place, so their request is very appropriate. Aiden thinks about what he should do. Should he really tell them that he is a moderator? At this moment, Arya approaches the main character and tells him not to forget. After all, the one who changed the destinies of these people was Aiden, and it doesn't matter what decision people make. They will agree with anyone. Arya says that Aiden should not think for a long time and do what he considers necessary, because no matter what, fate is already predetermined. Aiden looks at the girl and thinks that sometimes Arya speaks as if she knows everything. Aiden both understands and doesn't understand her. But at this moment he realizes that Arya is right, and he decides to do it his own way. Desire. To begin with, he will give people something. They need it the most. The main character presented these people with a lot of delicious food. They are happy because they haven't eaten normal food for a long time. Jake says to make sure the kids eat as much as possible. The gentleman is glad that Aiden shared his supplies with them and thanks the guy. And he says that, by the way, he was already starting to worry about the children because they didn't have enough food. And this amount that we have now will last for a long time. Aiden asks how long things have been like this. Jake says that this village was originally a good place to live. Even if she is not very beautiful, she is. There were also a lot of players in this place. This continued until, as a result of an inspection, the village was cleared. An unknown wanderer helped them. He did not remove them but saved them with his mystical power and disappeared. After that, in order to survive imprisonment here, they all went out of their way. And when they fought for life together, but in the end they became close and became almost like a family. The main character remembers his family and younger sister. At this time, Arya looks at the main character, but to the side she notices a huge chest. Arya comes down from the second floor and asks what the chest is. After all, he looks too decent for such a wilderness. Jake says it's a consolidated storage facility, which can only be used by players, and since it is connected to the system, it can be located anywhere. Aiden is surprised that it is connected to the system. Jake says that he used to be a storage guard. However, after this place became abandoned, the chest cannot be opened and perhaps the system does not allow this to be done. The main character says that everyone should move away and he approaches the chest because he heard that players are collecting various rare items, and if he manages to open the chest using the powers of a moderator, he will be able to use everything that is in it. At this moment, unexpectedly for everyone, the chest actually opens and a huge inventory appears there. He will use it. This is as much as he wants. There are a lot of items of equipment, potions, money, and food. Jack starts screaming and asking what it is. But at this moment, Arya rejoices. The main character chooses one weapon and begins to sharpen it. The system indicates that the sharpening was successful and skill points were increased. Jake asks if this is even legal. At this time, the guy is holding a sword in his hands. At this moment, Jack and Logan are holding weapons in their hands. They see that a master's axe is added to them, a protective necklace, a protective ring, two-handed sword of the Imperial Guard. At this time, Jake asks the main character if they take such an amazing weapon. After all, the main character also improved him. At this moment, the children and Sophia are holding various expensive things in their hands, and they are surprised by what is happening. Sophia asks, "Are these items really very valuable?" They are interested in what if the sharpening failed. Aiden tells them not to worry because they have plenty of resources. The main character says that people should not think that they owe him anything, and they considered it his gift. The main character asks them not to regret anything. The main character thinks that after waking up he has the opportunity to ignore the rules of the system and only he decides whether the sharpening will be successful. And if this is the case, resources will not be wasted, and this money and food will be enough for them not to worry about anything for a long time. The village of Ersa has a population of 5 people and resources of 150%. At this moment, Arya appears in front of the main character, and she also asks what Aiden will give her. The main character replies that Arius already has plenty of good equipment. The girl is upset. Aiden thinks that from the general storage he was able to get a lot of things. Food and money now he has in bulk. And the new equipment is extremely powerful. All this is the property of the players regardless of the main character. After all, at this time, players, opening their inventory, do not understand where their weapons and money went. Storage is also part of the system. At this time, players write a complaint. They ask, they work, whether the operators, where did their items go? In addition, players will certainly receive compensation for items missing as a result of a system failure. And the most important thing can be called the main character's loot, which is in his hands. This is a cloud system and has a passive ability, a space from which, if necessary, you can remove any item or equipment. You can store anything in it. When the main character looked at the objects that came out of the chest, he thought that there was nothing serious there. And then Aiden decided to put his hand inside the vault to find out if there was anything else left there. Suddenly he found something. Aiden couldn't figure out what it was for a long time, but then it turned out that Aiden was synchronizing with the system. After all, the main character cannot pull out his hand, and at this time synchronization occurs. When the synchronization ended, the main character continued to ask him to let him go. And after some time, Aiden flies away. The chest turns out to be empty, but the protagonist's hand begins to glow. It's hard to imagine anything like this. Now Aiden can use shared storage whenever and wherever he wants. And in the future, this will be very useful to him. At this time, Mr. Jake approaches the main character and addresses Aiden. People thank the main character. After all, even if Aiden had simply freed them, they could not have wished for anything more. Now they just want Aiden to give them a task, and they will do whatever the main character asks them to do. Aiden replies that they are no longer ordinary people, and from now on, they do not need to follow orders. Besides, it's time for him to leave. Jake asks, "Did the main character really not like their village?" Aiden replies that that's not the point, and he just still has important things to do. Aiden thinks that he needs to get as far away from this place as possible because in a few days there may be regular checks. The moderator personally marked the main character as a bug, and if Aiden stays here, he could put them all in danger, and therefore it is better for the main character to stay away from the village of Ersa. Aiden looks at these people and says that there is no need for these sad faces because he didn't say that he's leaving forever and he doesn't have a home. And now Aiden is leaving them, but he'll be back soon. In the meantime, he asks people to take care of themselves. The main character Arya follows. People shout that they will wait for them. Arya asks, why did Aiden leave the village in a hurry? After all, they could stay there for a couple of days, she asks. Is there really a reason why they left now? The main character tries to remain calm just to come up with a satisfactory answer. He says that if Arya knows that a regular check will take place in a few days before this happens, Aiden wants to increase his level. He asks, isn't it obvious to the player? Arya doesn't understand. What is Aiden talking about? After all, he is not a player. Aiden was surprised by the girl's answer. Arya says the guy's reaction is interesting. He asks how the girls know this. Arya starts laughing and asking, did Aiden really think that all this time he looked like a player? After all, This is absolutely not true. After all, she asks otherwise why. She would have followed him. After all, if Aiden were a player, she wouldn't be interested. Aiden asks the girl how long Arya has known that he is not a player. The girl begins to remember. She says that since she saw the main character in a cleared village, Aiden was running there and fragments were falling nearby. Aiden realized that this girl knew from the very beginning. Arya says that she will help the main character. She will do everything she can to ensure that no one deletes it. Neither operators nor moderators can do this. Never. Suddenly an emergency check begins and the system tells everyone to get ready because there is not much time left. The main character panics. Arya doesn't understand what's happening. Aiden is surprised that this is so sudden. After all, there are a few seconds left. He is surprised that this is not a regular check, but an emergency one. He thinks about why it starts. Arya asks if everything is okay with the guy because he is kind of strange. Aiden shouts that the check will begin now. Arya is surprised that the guy can know this too. The main character asks what the players do during the check. Arya tells Aiden to calm down first, but the main character screams about it, that they don't have time because there's only 1 second left. At this point, the emergency check had already begun. The main character is simply in a panic. Suddenly the guy begins to dissolve into pieces in space and scream. He asks why it is glowing and how he can get out. He tries to grab the girl, but Arya tells Aiden not to worry and just wait. The main character asks what it means that he just has to wait. After some time, the main character dissolves in space and falls to the ground. He takes the main characters by the neck because he hit himself. Aiden finds himself on some rock and he sees a lot of people. Aiden doesn't know where he is. He sees that there are only 1 players in this place. At this moment, a system appears that welcomes the main character to the neutral announcement zone. She tells Aiden to wait in this place for the end of the check. And all this time, Aiden was wondering where the players went during the check. They are all being moved to this place. This is the first time he has seen so many players in one place. He thinks that he can go down to these people and try to find out some information. But Arya told him to wait, but he doesn't know when the girl will come. The main character thinks that nothing bad will happen if he is just something. The main character goes downstairs and is already walking among a crowd of people. The players are discussing something among themselves and laughing. Aiden sees that this is incredible. After all, he already thought that he had become strong, but in comparison, he is very weak against top players. At this point, the status check begins. The players have very high levels. A girl with level 200 says that there is incredible boredom here and she needs to do something, but there is nothing here. A man whose level is 300 replies to a girl that they are in the same position. Aiden thinks that he still has a long time to grow in level with these people. The main character wonders when the check will end. He decides to find Arya. After all, he had a lot of questions for the girl. One man says that the check will be completed soon. The guy standing next to him asks what will happen after. The man asks in surprise. Doesn't the guy know that the next test will be a new one? People get angry because they are very bored. They want it to be finished as soon as possible. The players are angry because they were not even warned in advance. He asks why constantly arrange checks. Aiden sees that there are many strange personalities among the players, and it would be better for him not to get involved in anything. At this moment, the main character touches some guy with his shoulder. He looks at him and thinks that now he will have problems. It's a strange guy pouncing at the main character and takes him by the clothes. He asks where Aiden is going so quickly. Is he really blind? The guy gets angry and asks, does the main character really want to be beaten? Aiden thinks that he shouldn't attract attention to himself, and if everything takes a serious turn, then only he will be worse off from it. Aiden is glad he knows such stupid guys like this, and if you don't react to his blows, this guy will soon calm down. The guy who is angry with the main character is already raising his hand to hit Aiden, but at this moment the guy stops his hand. He is sure that the main character hit the guy by accident. He asks the angry guy, is this how they treat newcomers? After all, Does he really not think with his head? The angry guy starts to get angry and ask who he is, and if he doesn't plan to get punched in the face then. Let him go. At this moment, the unexpectedly evil guy notices the emblem on the guy's armor. People see that, judging by the pattern, the blonde guy is from a guild called Griffin. There are 5 main guilds that contain the largest number of rankers and high-level players, and the Griffin Guild is the most popular of them. The players discuss that this guy is clearly in trouble, but at least he will be taught reason. The evil guy turns to the main character and says that he was just lucky. The players laugh because the guy is scared. He says just let Aiden catch his eye and he will beat him again. The main character thanks his savior. But the guy replies that Aiden should forget, and by the way, the guy says that Aiden better avoid people like this guy. But in general, the guy extends his hand to the main character and says that he is pleased to meet you because his name is Kevin and he is a member of the Griffin Guild. The main character shakes the guy's hand and says his name is Aiden. Kevin asks, "Is Aiden new?" After all, now stupid guys bully only those who are weaker than them. And if Kevin had not intervened, this guy would have continued to humiliate the main character. Kevin says that if they have already met, he asks if Aiden would like to join his guild after checking. Aiden asks why this is for the guy because he's unlikely to get any profit. Kevin says he honestly doesn't have a goal in mind. And after the update stopped being released, new players began to appear much less frequently. Therefore, some guilds and smart players began to voluntarily help new players and invite them to teams. They protected the younger ones and said that if they needed anything, they should turn to the elders. After all, they had a fresh student. That's why Kevin followed suit. Kevin has already sent a friend request to the main character. He says that this is all voluntary and he does not force anyone. But by joining the guild, Aiden will receive a bunch of different privileges. Kevin turns around and leaves. He says that it's time for him to go. And if he has any questions, Aiden can contact him at any time. After all, they always welcome newcomers. Aiden thought that all the players were basically bad, but it turns out that not all of them. After all, the main character met a guy like Kevin. Suddenly, a man approaches the main character. Aiden was scared, but it turns out it was Arya. The girl laughs because Aiden is scared. He asks how the girl found him, but Arya replies that she has her own methods. At this moment, Arya gives the guy a present. Aiden sees that in front of him is the same guy who wanted to hit him, but now he is all beaten up and almost unconscious. Since Arya was late, she had to deal with this guy. Aiden says that if Arya pulls such tricks, her karma will decrease. Well, at that moment, he remembered that the girl didn't know this, and so he said that it didn't matter. The main character and Arya turn around and begin to leave. Arya asks how the guy is doing with all this. Aiden doesn't understand. What exactly is the girl talking about? But Arya is the guy's impression of this place. After all, there is nothing special here. But Aiden says it's not bad. At this moment, it turns out that the main character has been being watched by system operator Lloyd all this time. 3 operators were collected in the system. The operator named Mia asks how so, and why are there only 3 of them today? She doesn't understand why this stupid guy named Lloyd started acting without even consulting them. She gets angry and shouts, asking why Lloyd suddenly decided to conduct an inspection. She asks where he even goes now. An operator named Selena, a girl with an angelic appearance, tries to calm down the operator Mia. She says that Lloyd would not start something like this without a reason. Selena thinks that Lloyd will contact them soon. Suddenly, the operator named Zenon says that Lloyd just wrote to him, and Lloyd says that he discovered a bug. Zeno thinks that removing Lloyd's bug won't take much time. Selena talks about how interested she is, but Mia continues to be angry, and she says that she has her own things to do, so let Lloyd hurry up. Zeno suggests observing what is happening there. At this moment, a screen opens in front of them, and the operators see the place where the players are now gathered. They are wondering what kind of bug this is. At this moment, all players receive an update stating that the emergency check has been completed. The players are surprised that this time, everything went very quickly. They don't understand if there is news about events or anything like that. The guy who, in the face of the system, says that there is no news and there is only information about fixing the bug. Players say that they don't even wait for updates anymore. At this time, Arya is surprised that the premature termination occurred. She does not understand why so suddenly. After all, this usually doesn't happen, Aiden asks in surprise. Is it really over? The girl has a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, Arya notices that she is under the control of the system. And not only Arya ends up there, but also all the other players. Someone took advantage of special powers and something is wrong here. Arya turns to the main character and takes him by the shoulder. She says that she thinks that someone will come now to remove the main character. But Arya tells Aiden not to worry because she will definitely come up with something. At this moment, all players begin to dissolve in space, and Arya also begins to disappear. At the last moment, she shouts what she will do, all because she needs Aiden. The main character sees how everyone has disappeared, but it turns out that only he remains. Aiden does not understand what is happening in this place and why he is left alone. Arya is in the normal world. It indicates that the operator has crossed the border. She doesn't understand how they dared to do something like that in her presence. Frightened, Aiden stands alone and does not understand. Are they really going to remove it? But he tries not to panic because he knew that this day would come someday. And he was preparing for this all the time, so he will not allow himself to be removed so easily. Never. At this moment, Operator Lloyd appears in front of the main character and mythical monsters follow him. Lloyd is surprised that there is a player in front of him. And this is the first time he sees such a bug. But be that as it may, Aiden poses a threat to the system and therefore he must be removed. At this moment, a huge monster moves with its hand to take the main character, but Aiden dodges and takes out his sword from his inventory. The main character stops the monster's hands with his sword. Suddenly, behind you, some mythical thing appears to the main character, which pierces the monster's head with its ray. Another monster is trying to attack the main character. At this moment, Aiden uses a shield. The monster tries to crush the guy with his foot, but the shield helps him. But suddenly the shield begins to crack. Aiden uses doubling his strength, agility, intelligence, and endurance to throw his enemy aside. But at this moment, Aiden notices that someone is wrapping his body like a rope with their hand. It turns out that the hand of another monster flies to the side and a rope flies out from it, which wraps the guy's body. The monster takes the guy and begins to throw him onto the wall, hitting Aiden with his whole body, making a dent in the stone. The main character begins to get angry. He gets out of the rope and attacks the monster from behind. With just his fist, he breaks half of the monster's body. The monster falls to the side and the main character continues to kill the rest. At this point, Lloyd says, "What a disappointment." He thought that Aiden had a high-level bug if he destroyed the dungeon keeper. But it looks like he shouldn't have even wasted time to come here. Lloyd grabs the main character's face with his hand and says that Aiden is simply worthless. After all, he even had to carry out a check. Lloyd calls the operator's personal skill and a deletion basket appears in front of him. This is a personal ability of the operator. It gives temporary access to moderator powers. To remove an object, Lloyd says that the operator's personal skill gives him the authority to remove the bug. At this point, the system performs an uninstall, and the main character goes into space. Aiden is surprised that Lloyd calls it a deletion. After all, compared to that, what the moderator used on the day when their village was attacked was not even close to this. The main character uses his power, and he breaks this entire path along which he should have been sent for removal. Lloyd flies to the side, and he does not understand how Aiden was able to reflect his ability. At this moment, a notification appears to the operator that a moderator authority conflict error has occurred. The moderator's available authority is too low to delete this item. Lloyd sees, and he is very surprised that he does not have enough authority. The three operators who are watching what is happening are very surprised. Selena says that she has never heard of a bug having operator powers. The guy's detailed information is impossible to read. After all, authority is not enough. The status is also impossible to read and the threat level, impossible to determine. Lloyd asks where Aiden came from because he can't even believe that this guy is stronger than him as an operator. Lloyd asks who Aiden really is. The main character who is dangerous in this place, and even though he could resist removal. But he spent too much energy on destroying the guardians of the system. And Aiden wasn't hurt at all, but now he has no chance of defeating the operator. Lloyd thinks that if he lets the guy go, Aiden could have a strong influence on the system, and the moderator must not know about this. If the removal cannot be carried out, then Lloyd decides to stop the guy right then and there. Cameraman Selena says that it looks like Lloyd is not going to back down. Operator Xenon says that Lloyd is serious. They see Operator Lloyd for the first time, in the guise of an executioner. Zeno says that obviously Lloyd will not give up so easily. The main character sees that the appearance of this operator has changed. After all, now Lloyd is in armor and has a very strong sword. Lloyd swings his sword, but Aiden tries to open the inventory with his hand. After the operator hit, a huge gap formed around. Lloyd says the guy was lucky if he was able to stop his blow. Lloyd asks, "Did Aiden really absorb the blow with that thing that appeared in his hand?" The cameraman points his sword towards the guy's body and says that it was cunning. He asks Aiden to tell him where he got his authority as a moderator. After all, his punishment depends on the guy's answer. The main character tells the operator not to talk nonsense. After all, Lloyd would have deleted it anyway. He says that if the operator is so curious, he can find out himself. At this moment, space opens up behind the main character. Lloyd sees that the portal has suddenly grown in size. The main character realizes that his powers do not affect the operator, but he says that this is only for now. After all, when the preparation is over, he will find the guy himself. At this moment, the main character plunges into this space. Lloyd tries to catch up with him, but the operator fails. Lloyd asks, "How is this possible? You can't leave this place without his permission." The operator decides that he needs to find this guy at all costs and destroy him. At this moment, the players are at the chest and discussing what they heard, that because of a bug, items began to disappear from the chest. One guy says that his friend's items also disappeared, and it seems that the error was never identified. At this moment, a hand suddenly appears from the chest. Aiden comes out and asks what's going on. All the people were very scared, and they did not understand why a man was climbing out of the chest. Players are asking when the operators will finish with this storage facility. After all, the control is simply of a lower level. The hero at this time is happy that he is alive. 3 operators tell Lloyd to come back. After all, they must confer and decide how to deal with the bug. But Operator Lloyd replies that he will immediately follow the guy because Aiden poses a mortal danger, and he will send the analysis data to the operator. Lloyd asks the operators to pass them on to other operators. Apparently, he wants to hear their opinion. Mia says that she is not going to hear and tolerate all this, so she leaves. Selena turns to the girl and says that they should all prepare measures together. But Mia doesn't even want to hear. After all, she doesn't have time for such things. After all, she already has a headache because of problems with storage plus and other issues. She has a lot. She asks, "Are there really any objections?" But Lloyd replies that there is no objection. Then Mia turns around and leaves. They try to stop her, but she gets angry. When Mia leaves, she thinks that this is another headache. Suddenly, Arya appears next to the girl. She turns to the operator and she says that she would like to know about that conversation. Arya says that they haven't seen a girl named Mia for a long time. At this time, a city called Mycenae. The main character is in a tunnel and it opens the system. He sees his friend's list and sees that Arya still hasn't responded to him. He doesn't understand. Did something really happen to the girl? He apologizes, but he is afraid that he does not have time to wait for the girl in this place. Aiden is sure that the operator will pursue him, and although he uses the cloud to move, he has no idea how long he can deceive the operator. Aiden is thinking about staying. It's dangerous in one place. The guy puts on his hood and gets ready to go out. He says that he needs to find shelter as soon as possible. When the main character walks through the streets, he thinks that he has been to these places more than once, but he still can't get used to this place. It's the last time. They were here with Sister Ellis when they ran away from this place. At this moment, the main character suddenly notices that a magic ball is heading down the street. Aiden says that it is dangerous because he knew that there was surveillance in this place. He thinks about what if there is a place where even the operator will not be able to easily find him. Suddenly, golden petals appear next to the main character and they head towards the street. Aiden doesn't understand what else this is. He thinks that there is something in that place. The main character follows the direction of these leaves, and he does not understand where they lead. After some time, the main character reaches a dead end. Aiden is surprised. What brought him to this particular place? After all, there is nothing here. He is asking, is this really a secret passage? The main character touches the wall, where space begins to open up. Aiden is incredibly surprised. He asks what it is. Is this really a secret passage? A gap begins to form on the wall. Aiden does not know what is hidden behind this wall, but with the powers of a moderator, he can go anywhere. The wall begins to open completely, and the main character tries to pass through it. But at this moment, the system gives a warning that this area is not recommended for visiting, and she is outside the protection of the system. Aiden says that this is not a bad joke, considering that the system is so eager to get rid of him. Aiden talks about how a simple warning won't stop him, and the main character is confident that in that place it is much safer than staying here and risking being caught by the operator. The main character passes through this wall, and after one moment he finds himself on the magic circle. The guy looks around, and he cannot understand what place he is in. After all, it looks like a dungeon. The main character finds himself in some room. Aiden thinks it's weird that there is a similar place in the vicinity of the city, and he decides to look around first to understand something. Suddenly, the main character notices an exhausted girl carrying something in her hands. She looks very tired and has torn clothes. The girl is surprised that there is a man in front of her. She throws away the thing she had it in her hands, and the girl was incredibly scared. Aiden tries to calm her down, but the girl started to run away. The main character shouts for her to listen to him. When the main character followed the girl, she screams that they have an intruder. At this time, Aiden sees a lot of people there. They sprayed fire and set up tents. Aiden is surprised that there are so many ordinary people in this place. Suddenly, a huge number of stones begin to fly towards the main character. Aiden knocks them off with his hand. The guy sent the stones to the girl. She asks who Aiden is and how he got to this place. The main character is surprised that the girl attacks him without even waiting for an answer. At this moment, Aiden opens his inventory and takes out his sword from there. He thinks that he cannot give the girl the opportunity to use a spell on him. Aiden swings his sword and the girl asks, "Is the guy a player?" After all, if this is the case, he may not expect mercy. The girl lifts the stone up with her strength, and she is ready to hit the guy again. At this moment, two men ask if the girl is okay. After all, they can help her. A girl named Celia replies that everything is fine and they don't have to get into a fight. Men ask why this is so, but Siri replies that they will only get in the way. The main character notices that all these people have a low threat level, and they are all marked as a bug. Aiden tries to stop them, and he says that it looks like there is some kind of misunderstanding. The men ask what kind of misunderstanding there could be here. They say that the main character should not deceive them because it is clear from him that he came to remove them all. The men order Celia to destroy this guy. Celia says that this location was created by Mr. Sirius. He said that no one except the moderator would be able to enter here, and if the guy found them, then he may not hope to get out of this place alive. Suddenly, people hear a voice telling them to stop. People were scared because it was the same voice, and it was Mr. Sirius speaking. The voice says it again, that this guy is not their enemy, and they are asking the guy to be taken to him. The girl Celia obeys the instructions of her master. She tells the guests to follow her and she will show the way. But Celia tells the guy to remember that she won't take her eyes off him, and if he decides to do something stupid, she will punish him instantly. The girl takes the main character through the tunnel, and the main character has a question. He asks how they all managed to survive during the check and at all. However, They were not injured. The girl says that Mr. Sirius saved them, and he created this place, otherwise they would all have been deleted long ago. At this time, the girl says that they have already arrived. Aiden asks where Sirius is. But at this moment, Celia begins to call the gentleman and say that she has brought that very strange guy. At this moment, a huge dragon head appears. He tells the guy welcome. He calls the main character a moderator. The main character cannot believe his eyes. He does not understand where a dragon could come from in this place. This is the patron spirit named Sirius. Aiden sees that this patron spirit is not a simple one, but that this is a dragon from the time of the creation of the world. Aiden had only heard of the dragon in legends. The dragon talks about what this guy means, the new moderator. Aiden asks how the dragon knows this. The dragon replies that he was able to see fragments of the guy's memories, and he says that joy fills his heart. Dragon's eye is the best ability that allows you to see the nature of an object. The dragon can't believe that a creature like this guy appeared in a world where everything literally stopped. He says that means the new moderator has the ability to cure bugs. At this moment, Celia was very surprised by what she heard. The dragon says that he has finally met that fateful person. Suddenly, the dragon turns into a man and he calls the main character a new moderator. He asks to tell if he can fulfill his one request. Celia is surprised that the gentleman turned out to be human. The system is adding a quest. This is a quest from Sirius. The main character must protect ordinary people. What follows Mr. Sirius and fulfill his request? Celia says that Mr.'s mother is unstable. And was it really worth it for him to waste his strength on changing his appearance? Sirius answer: that he's fine. Aiden thinks that this quest is completely different from the ones he completed before. He thinks that first he should listen to what they tell him, and then he will decide what to do next. At this moment, people followed the girl and the main character. They begin to listen to what is happening there, but Celia runs up to them and tells them to all leave. After all, they have an important conversation. Aiden asks what Mr. Sirius wants to ask him. The gentleman replies that everything is simple. He asks if Aiden could cure people and take them to his village. After all, as the main character, he already sees that in this place all the people are marked as bug, and Sirius helped them escape. During the check, he defended me all this time, but he can no longer help, because he can no longer suppress his illness. At this moment, the gentleman opens half of his body, and there is a huge spot that absorbs his body. The system indicates that the threat level is high. He says that you think that even for Sasha it will be difficult to fix such a bug. After all, Mr. Sirius never managed to do anything, and as long as the people around him didn't get hurt because of him, he would want Aiden to save them. Sirius asks the main character to fulfill his request, and he will give him his star. When Celia heard this, she began to get angry and ran to the master. She asks why the sir is saying this. The gentleman replies that he has nothing more to offer the guy as a reward and asks for an apology from the girl. After all, he is too weak. This is the only way to save all people. The main character says that he doesn't know what the gentleman is talking about, but he doesn't need it. But he still agrees to fix the bugs because it's not that difficult. After all, be it a bug, or the system will destroy everything that threatens it. The quest was accepted by the main character. After some time, all the people gathered around the main character and Mr. Sirius. They ask Celia if it's true that Aiden will fix the bugs. After all, something seems to them that this can't happen. Celia is also not 100% sure, but they have no choice but to wait because Mr. Sirius is never wrong. At this time, the main character stands in the center of the circle that has formed and tries to use all his strength. He plunges into the system to rid everyone of bugs. The main character sees that he is already in the system, but he is surprised at how many people there are because there are about 40 or 50 of them. The main character goes to complete tasks and says that now he only has a dragon left. He approaches the dragon and says that the situation is not very rosy. After all, he suffered very badly. At this time, there is some kind of absorbing creature in the center of the dragon's chest. Aiden says that this bug is much more powerful than the others, and if he leaves everything as it is, big troubles could happen. The main character tries to destroy, but he is attacked by this bug. The main character is surprised that the bug tried to absorb him. Aiden begins to get incredibly angry and says that some useless bug dared to attack him. The guy screams so. They disappeared. At that time, all people watch as light penetrates their room and an explosion occurs. They see that it is just like Celia said. Mr. Sirius falls to his knees, but a girl runs up to him. She tries to lift him, but the gentleman grabs his chest. The girl starts to cry, but suddenly she notices that Bug's traces have disappeared. At this moment, the main character comes to his senses and replies that he said that he would destroy them all, and now no one can remove people because of a bug. The update is complete. The system says that the class of ordinary people for more than 50 people was changed to the class of free people. People begin to rejoice because they will not die, and now they will no longer be removed. The gentleman begins to thank the main character because he did not even count on this. He says that they will never forget the mercy of the protagonist. Suddenly a huge monster with horns appears. He asks what it all means. After all, just a little more and a good chess piece would be born. He can't believe that Aiden instantly destroyed what he worked on for so long. The main character's system indicates that there is danger in front of him, and all abilities are imposed. Restrictions our commands do not function. The monster asks who Aiden really is. The threat level of this monster called a virus, and the system has been suspended. At this time, the monster appears right in front of the main character and all the people. Sirius says that he definitely remembers him when he was a dragon. He destroyed this monster. The monster says that the master is stupid. He asks whether Sirius really thought that he could crush him. The monster says that just a little more and he would have taken it all together and infected it. This place would have suffered the same fate as the one in which Sirius lived before. Sirius says that the monster has absolutely survived and is crazy. The monster asks, "Is Mr. Sirius really angry?" At this moment, Sirius begins to transform into a dragon. The monster talks about it. What is no worse than him is that the monster is not to blame for anything after all those who tried to kill them. There was a moderator and crazy operators. Monsters asks what he alone did to deserve such treatment. In general, he says that from now on he doesn't care about Sirius because now Aiden has appeared. The monster comes very close to the main character and says that he found a specimen more interesting than Sirius. At this moment, the monster touches the main character's body with his hand and causes an infection. The main character sees how he is consumed by the monster's power. Sirius tries to stop the monster because he is his opponent, but the monster tells Sirius to shut up. At this time, the main character continues to be absorbed by magical power, and the system does not function. The firewall also disappeared. The power consumes Mr. Sirius and Celia. The monster says that now he won't have to do this. Any boring work like last time. After all, this place is not yet hidden from the eyes of the moderator, and in this place he is safe. It begins to infect all people. He says that nothing will be left of them. At this moment, it turns out that the main character was able to resist the monster virus. Aiden realizes that his business is going badly, and he needs to free himself immediately. At this time, he tries to unblock the update, but the system says that this is an error and the system is functioning unstable. Aiden doesn't understand how this can happen. The monster didn't understand what Aiden was planning to do, but he can stop fluttering. After all, no force can help the main character get out. The monster asks, does Aiden really think that without an inner system screen he is able to resist the monster? The monster tells Aiden to accept his fate already. At this time, the magical power begins to absorb the main character, and he does not even believe that the void is absorbing him. The main character is inside some kind of space. He does not understand what is happening, but suddenly he sees the light. At this moment, the little girl takes the guy by the face, and he can't believe it. Could it be his sister Ellis? Outside, the monster does not understand what is happening now. In the evening, in an instant, the main character breaks through all the magical power of the monster, and he gets out. A notification comes that a new system has been built. The main character uses the delete command and destroys the huge monster. The monster begins to dissolve in space, and he asks who Aiden is. Why does he have operator capabilities? And why Aiden has the authority to delete? The main character uses Firewall, a passive ability that creates a moderator-level firewall. The main character blocked the power that the monster was about to absorb him. One moment later, the monster disappears and is pierced by a huge light. He uses it to protect everyone. He even extends this to the village of Ersa. The main character thinks that this will help protect everyone else. The system indicates that the update version has been completed. The main character sees how the monster dissolves into space, and he says that the monster virus no longer has a chance. The monster starts laughing, but Aiden doesn't understand what's funny. But the monster replies that he has finally found it, and now he can become closer to the moderator. After all, Aiden is the one they have been looking for all this time. The monster says that he will definitely make the guy his. The monster almost dissolves into space, but he again repeats the word that he will definitely do this. When the monster has completely disappeared, Mr. Sirius turns to the guy and asks if Aiden is okay. The main character replies that he is fine. Mr. Sirius says that this is simply incredible because he did not suspect that Aiden could even use the removal ability, and he again provided them with serious help. Without the support of the system, all he could do was stand on the sidelines. Sirius says that he is somehow embarrassed to even be called a patron spirit, but he sees that this is not the end because he needs to deal with the remains. At this time, the remains of the monster are scattered around the room and need to be removed. Sirius says that otherwise, if they are left untouched, a bug may appear. At this time, Mr. Sirius uses a magical hand and tries to destroy the remains. But at this moment, he is unexpectedly pierced by magical needles. The main character can't understand what's happening, and Celia begins to cry. At this moment, the magic needles begin to take away Mr. And the monster appears again and asks, didn't he really warn because this is his special ability for multiplication and cloning? The main character uses his storage and takes out a magic sword from there. He cuts the needles, which have turned into long tentacles, to free the Lord. Mr. Sirius falls to the ground and Celia runs up to him. Celia starts begging, so that the gentleman opens his eyes, and she begins to call him by name. Aiden asks why the monster is still here. After all, he deleted it. The monster starts laughing and calling the main character naive. He is asking, does Aiden really think that this is the first time the monster has encountered deletion? After all, only a moderator will probably be able to completely get rid of it. The main character uses his power and he calls renewal into his hand. Delete to delete the monster again. He directs the removal towards the monster, but it turns out that he is not alone. Aiden repeatedly tries to use removal, but it is all in vain. After all, the monster is reborn again and again. The monster asks, does the guy really have enough authority to be able to apply removal as much as he wants? But this is still not enough. The main character uses his inventory again. He uses the shield and the monster begins to attack him. Stones begin to fly around and the main character can barely stand on his feet. At that time, the monster uses its tentacles and absorbs the protagonist's weapon from the inside. Following this, the protagonist's sword breaks into fragments. Aiden remembers that this is also what happened in the battle with the operator. And it turns out the player's equipment only affects magical creatures. The main character thinks about what if. He's right, there's absolutely no point in sharpening. And this evil spirit is simply playing with him. After some time, many of the main character's weapons lay on the ground and they were all destroyed. The monster asks when Aiden will give up. Aiden begins to get angry because neither removal nor attacks affect the monster. He just keeps cloning. Aiden asks what kind of monster is this virus that cannot be removed. The monster is curious because he must take the guy with him, but this firewall works. Gets on his nerves. Therefore, the monster says that he will probably swallow the guy whole. The monster begins to absorb the main character again. Aiden uses removal and knocks the monsters aside. But the monster attacks the guy again and says that it's useless because he's deleting. The guy can't keep up with his expansion. He tells Aiden to take it. Your fate, and close your eyes, and then it will all be over. At this time, Mr. Sirius is trying to get up, and to say something, Celia asks if the gentleman is okay. The girl will try to somehow heal the master with her magic. She asks the gentleman to hold out a little longer. Well, Sirius says that he is fine. After all, the girl herself knows that magic cannot cure this. They have a firewall, and Sirius was careless. His mistake was that he came in. Beyond the level of a bug, he says that he may soon turn into a virus, and it is unsafe to be near him. He says that you girl left. Celia begins to cry and say that they just found a way to escape and this cannot happen. Sirius apologizes to the girl and he tells Celia to help the new moderator. After all, this is their only way, which everyone must adhere to. At this point, Sirius smooths his hand into his chest and tries to heal himself. The monster continues to absorb the main character. He understands that it is becoming more and more difficult to resist him. Aiden is thinking about what he should do because he needs to come up with something. After all, now, anything, even the most insignificant thing, can help the main character. At this moment, the main character remembers that he has a sledgehammer which he used to sharpen a weapon. This is an Ellis hammer. Aiden doesn't understand why this hammer doesn't break down like other equipment. Aiden sees some system lines appearing on the weapon. Aiden uses the delete command and hits the monster with his weapon. The monster does not understand that this is happening because he is falling apart. The monster says that this is impossible because only those who have received the permission of the moderator can have weapons. Aiden is surprised by what the team entered. He is asking, does this really have... The hammer had such a function. The monster says that the guy was lucky and was inattentive. But Aiden is still weak, and even he will not be able to stop the monster. But after one moment, the monster dissolves in space. The system says that the quest has been completed and the reward has been awarded. Aiden sees that the star of Sirius is in front of him. Celia gave it to him. She says that Mr. Moderator should take advantage of this. But in just one moment, Aiden breaks this thing with his hammer and points it at the monster, which has appeared again. This is the first time the monster has seen such a weapon. The main character uses a sword that burns with fire. This is a punitive sword in the personal use of the protagonist. The monster is scattered in parts, and it is already lying on the ground. He can't believe that no expansion and no cloning are being accepted from him. He asks why this is. After all, only the moderator and Mr. Troyan can do this. The main character continues to use his magic ball. You're asking for a monster. For the guy to stop using this because the games are over. The monster was planning. Take the guy off of you unharmed. But at this moment, the monster starts screaming at the guy and use the magic beam. He says Aiden refuses humbly, except in turn must reap the fruits of his stubbornness. A huge flaming beam begins. Go with the monster's company. The main character uses his sword and he tries to fend off the monster's blow. He calls the delete command and confronts the monster. After what happened on the street, the earth begins to heave and stones fly in all directions. The main character with his hammer is inside a huge gorge. A portal appears in front of him. Monster sees that one of their copies has disappeared. It could have been removed either by an operator or a high-ranking defender. He wonders who exactly was who. After all, here they really have an interesting specimen. At this time, the virus worm looks at the main character and says that if everything is done correctly, it will even be able to hit the moderator. So will Mr. Troy for sure. At this moment, an incredible explosion occurs and the worm begins to dissolve in space. But at this moment, the cameraman Mia appears. The virus says that an uninvited guest has arrived. He says that he and the girl have not seen each other for a long time. Mia has finally found the virus. She says that he tried well to hide all this time. The virus speaks, that the girls were very lucky to find him. He asks how Mia knew that he was here. I didn't bring the moderator with me. The guy asks if Mia can handle it on her own. And isn't she underestimating him too much? Mia realizes that the information Arya told her was correct. and the virus was indeed hiding in a bad sector. Mia doesn't understand why she didn't think of this herself. This is an incredibly big omission from her as an operator from the outside. Mia attacks the viruses and says that for the worm, she alone will be more than enough. The girl begins to attack the guy, but the virus repels her blow and Mia is thrown aside. After only one moment, the virus begins to consume the girl. After all, he said that she should have brought with her, though, would be a high-ranking defender. But Mia herself is to blame and now must deal with these consequences herself. Smoke rises around the virus girl. The virus is starting to come to see. What's going on there? Suddenly some strange light appears. And at the moment, the worm flies away from such an incredible blow. Mia asks if the worm is saying that she underestimates him. Mia says that it is the virus that is looking down on her. And today Mia did not want to remove the virus. At this time, the monster virus continues to consume the body of Mr. Sirius. Celia begins to cry over the gentleman because it is no longer possible to help him. After all, inside his body the dragon is chained and stretched to the sides. At this time, the dragon asks why the moderator is preventing. The dragon does not understand why innocent people should be removed. The dragon rises from the ground, but he still continues to be shackled by chains. He can't believe that the moderator, who is supposed to protect people from the threat, is irresponsibly getting rid of from those who could not receive protection and were infected. The dragon is a creature that protects people, and the one who endowed him with such purposes was the moderator. The dragon asks why the moderator has changed so much, and why did he become like this? The dragon remembers what the moderator used to be like. After all, the moderator always helped them and was their mentor. With each system update, it grows. Number of viruses point the moderator can no longer allow them to appear. Therefore, he permanently deletes all his problems that relate to the update. The moderator rises into space and says that ordinary people, what to counter the system and the serious dragons are a hidden threat and therefore he will block them. At this moment, the moderator is trying to close the dragon in every possible way. But the dragon asks the moderator to come to his senses. After all, at this rate he will become what they want him to be. The dragon realizes that he could not do anything and was blocked. It's been a long time, how his appearance changed, and his scales no longer shimmered as before. But time is back. He won't be able to rewind. And if such a will is a system, then should he simply come to terms with it? The dragon remembers how a human child came to him, and she was all alone. People used to come to him, but no one dared to get too close to him. Some even brought him many different things, calling them offerings. People said it was a magical creature. The players didn't pay much attention to the dragon. Then the dragon asked the child, "Is she really going anywhere? Where is her family?" He then said that if the girl wants, she can stay in this together for a while. Then the dragon decided that the girl should be given a name, and then he called her Celia. Celia was different from ordinary people. She had a natural talent for magic, and the dragon taught her all the abilities of self-defense. Only Celia was a human child, and therefore the dragon could not leave her next to him forever. Before it was too late, he returned her to the people, and, fortunately, the girl settled down well among them. Now the dragon no longer has a purpose, its former appearance or strength. However, he was glad that he could protect this child. That was until he encountered a virus. Energy unconditionally. This is something the dragon has faced before. This is the virus that chained him. If the dragon hesitates, everyone will be removed as happened in the past. The dragon must stop the virus no matter what it takes. The system says a warning that the dragon has escaped from its destination. The system does not provide it with protection. At that time, the virus reached the city where Celia lived. Then the moderator and the operators had already found out everything. He needs to quickly get out of this place before the inspection begins. Then the dragon appeared and used teleportation to move the selected point. Then the monster did not understand what was happening, but a huge dragon appeared in front of him. The dragon began to get angry and ask questions. Is this monster really to blame for everything? He begins to attack him, but the monster says that it looks like he is to blame and good luck is on his side. He uses magical space and dissolves to the place he needs. He says that the dragon must have come to stop him, but alas, he was too late. After all, infection has already begun in many places. At that time, the monster infected the dragon. He says that the dragon will make an excellent specimen, so he will leave him the treasure for last. The monster asks the dragon to take care of itself and not be removed. The monster then disappeared and told the dragon to try his best. Then the check began. After all, a notification has arrived that a deadly error and bug have been discovered. Then they decided that this territory and ordinary people still had not come up with other ways to remove it. Among all those people was Celia. He decided that he would not leave people in this place, and then the dragon used teleportation and took them all. The dragon decided that he would protect them. Once upon a time, the moderator found a little dragon and said that from now on his name will be Sirius. The moderator wanted the dragon to become a light for those who have lost their way. After all, he was the brightest star. The main character goes out into the street through space and says that this opportunity is incredibly useful. He thanks the girl Celia, because thanks to the main character he was able to get out. Aiden says that the place he manages is on the other side and you can't see it from here. Celia turns to the master and thanks him because without the help of the main character they would not have survived. Celia begins to cry and thank the guy for removing Mr. Tolik. Otherwise it would have become a virus. Celia is sure that Mr. Sirius would not want such an outcome for himself. And moreover, the main character opened a new path for them. And that's why Mr. Sirius wanted people to follow Mr. Aiden. At this time, the system receives a notification that Celia and 50 more people are registered as residents of the village of Ersa. The main character leaves and all the people followed them. Aiden turns to Celia and wants to ask the girl something. He asks what kind of star it was. Celia, to tell the truth, she herself doesn't know for sure, because she only knew that she was the source of Mr. Sirius's power, and the fact that he protected her from the heart. Sirius said that there are other similar stars, and she doesn't know anything anymore. Aiden understands that he did not think that the powers of the moderator, which for a long time remained unchanged after being consumed and the stars collapsed. At this moment, the system says that the moderator's authority has been increased to level 4. Aiden thinks that if he had not absorbed her, that virus would have done it for him. Suddenly, the girl Celia says that it looks like they are in the right place. She asks, "Is this really the master's village?" When they look around, they see only destroyed buildings. The girl says that this place needs major repairs, so only 5 people live in this place. At this moment, the main character is met by the residents of this village. Jay says that they were waiting for him, and Sophia is happy that the gentleman has returned. Aiden asks, "Did they really know that he would come today?" Jake replies that someone was a little ahead of the main character. Suddenly, Arya approaches the main character and she begins to hug Aiden and rejoice because the girl knew that Aiden would return to this place again. Arya talks about what Aiden forced. Worry about her. She says that she won't let the guy go anywhere more than once. Arya is surprised at how many people he brought. She asks what happened, but Aiden replies that he will tell you later. Celia looks at this girl and doesn't. She can understand who she is because the aura and power that emanates from her are so great. And this is just like from Mr. Sirius, although this girl's aura, perhaps even more powerful. Aiden asks what Arya has been doing all this time since he couldn't contact her. Arya says that Aiden will soon find out about this himself. At this moment, suddenly, behind the back of the main character, someone lands from the sky. He asks who fell from the sky. All people are surprised. Is this really a player? But they see that it is an operator. People don't understand. Should they run? But they have nothing to fear anymore. After all, they are no longer bugs. Aiden thinks that he is not feeling any better now. Is this really another operator? After all, if things go badly, he can use his hammer again. An operator appears with the name Mia. She turns to Katya and asks for forgiveness because she missed the guy. Mia rushes into Arya's arms and talks about Tom that she is incredibly guilty. But Arya replies that everything is fine and that she did a good job anyway. Aiden is very surprised by what is happening. Arya apologizes to the guy and asks how surprised he is. Arya decides to introduce the guy and the girl. She says it's an operator named Mia. Arya says that Aiden can trust her like no one else. After some time, everyone sat down at the same table. Mia looks at the main character now she remembers that this is a simple person who received administrator and operator powers, and these are people who escaped from the current system. Aiden turns to Katya and says, "What's going on because the operator can delete them? Why did Arya bring the girl to this place?" Mia asks what exactly the claim is because these are their duties. They do everything in order to protect this world, and to do this they need to get rid of all the gods. Aiden asks, "Is there no other way out?" The main character begins to get angry and asks why they need to be deleted. Mia shouts back and asks, "Does Aiden really think they are doing this on purpose?" After all, of course, removal is the only way out. Aiden tells Mia not to lie to him because he can fix bugs. Mia doesn't believe the guy's words. She tells Aiden not to lie to her because it's impossible. Arya tries to stop this dispute. Mia says that she doesn't believe that bugs can be fixed. After all, no one except the moderator can do this. Arya says they should get straight to the point then. She turns to Aiden and asks if the guy was thinking about becoming a moderator as expected. After all, this is the only way it will be possible to achieve their goals with him and no other way. So, Arya tells Aiden to consider her question rhetorical because he is obliged to become a moderator. The main character is surprised by the proposal that he should become a moderator. He asks, what is Arya saying? After all, first she brought the operator to this place, and now he asks him for this. Aiden can't even comprehend what Arya is up to. He asks what is the girl's purpose. Arya says that she wants to remove the current moderator from his post. Arya apologizes, but she says that's all she can tell the guy. But she tells Aiden to believe her because she's not lying. After all, Aiden himself wants to take revenge on the moderator. Aiden doesn't understand how Arya even decided to do this. Well, Arya says they have the same goal. Why don't they join forces? After all, she can't handle it on her own, and she really needs Aiden. Arya received a fine from the moderator, and now she cannot use most of the system. The main character has a lot of questions, but he thinks that Arya won't answer them now. Arya asks why don't they now discuss their future plans. Firstly, having moderator powers does not make the main character a moderator himself. And to become a real moderator, he needs to create content. And for this, Arya thinks that it would be better for him to personally go through everything that is in this world. Mia asks if Arya is sure that such a stupid guy will make a good moderator. After all, it would be better if Arya became the moderator. Mia apologizes for being very tactless. Arya begins to pat the girl on the head and says that there is nothing wrong with it, and Mia can ignore it. At this moment, Mr. Jack approaches the main character and says that Aiden said to share the provisions with everyone who arrived, but now Jake fears they may not have enough. He asks if Aiden could use the vault again. Mia doesn't understand. What kind of storage are we talking about? At this point, the main character reaches out his hand and uses the vault. He takes out a huge bag from space. And at this moment, Operator Mia receives complaints due to the fact that many people are missing items. The main character gives everything that the master needs and tells the master to take it. And if he needs anything else, he can say it because everything is just like that. Cameraman Mia begins to get angry and attack the main character. She bites the guy's hand to whom he hands over the bag of food. She asks, "Is it really all just like that?" Now Mia understands who is really to blame for everything. Mia tells Aiden to return everything back at this very moment. In the evening, people had already set up tents and lit a fire. The main character and Arya are further away from people, and Arya drips potion on the main character. Says cameraman Mia is a damn vixen. Arya replies that operators have many different concerns, but Aiden doesn't understand why he should care. After all, Mia then told him that Aiden should just try to use the storage room again. Aiden tells them to figure it out themselves. After all, she pissed him off and left. He asks why Arya invited her at all, but Arya tells Aiden not to be so angry with the girl. After all, Mia came to help them. Arya says that Mia happily listened to her request. Arya says that she could not contact the main character precisely because she was dating the operator Mia, and the operators then notice the main character, and if he wants their plan to come true, then he needs to get out of the control of the operators. So Arya distracted them. Aiden asks how Arya did this, but the girl replies that it is a secret. After all, in this world there are other creatures that threaten the system. The main character remembers the virus monsters with which he fought. He is asking, is Arya really talking about viruses? The girl is perplexed to ask, does the main character really know about them? Aiden reveals what he knows, because before he returned to this place, he fought with one of them. Arya is incredibly surprised by what she hears, but Aiden replies that he did it by helping people. At this moment, Arya puts both hands on the guy's chest and uses her strength. Aiden asks what Arya is doing anyway. Arya thinks about the traces of infection. The guy doesn't. She doesn't understand what kind of virus has revealed Aiden's abilities. After all, if this is really the case, she will have big problems and Arya will have to completely figure it out. The main character tries to calm the girl down. He asks what is happening to her. Arya asks in bewilderment if it's true that Aiden met the virus. She asks how did this happen. The girl says that if this happens again, Aiden should give up everything and run away. After all, viruses in some sense are even more dangerous than the moderator and the operator. They can devour a person in an instant. Arya says it's a miracle Aiden is alive. She asks if Aiden understands this. The main character says that this is true, and if he had made even the slightest mistake, he would have been captured. But really, it's all right. And this monster has already been removed. Arya is surprised that Aiden said that the monster was removed. She asks how he did it. The main character says that they helped him, otherwise he would not have coped. What to remove the virus? This is not an easy task, and perhaps Aiden was actually born to become a moderator. At this moment, Aiden turns to the girl and says that he wants to ask if ordinary people were deleted because of viruses. If you don't react quickly, the whole system will collapse. At the moment, they have not come up with any other measures other than satisfaction. Aiden understands this, but still he cannot forgive the moderator for what he did. After all, innocent people were removed only because they were in the wrong place, although even they had nothing to do with the virus. Aiden says that the current system is one big mistake and not viruses and moderators. The main character decides that they need to create a new system that no one can access. Reach with your own hands, and Aiden will take on this role. He will become the new moderator. Arya turns to the main character and says that their views are similar, and only Aiden is able to change something. Arya says that if Aiden agreed to become a moderator, then the girl should tell him something. The first is that Aiden must approve the operators and let him become a moderator, but it will be difficult for him to manage such a large object of information alone. Arya tells Aiden to choose her and she will become his first operator. The girl takes the guy by the face and approaches him very close. At this time, an operator meeting is held. Operator Lloyd asks, does he really need to stop everything he started? He asks what kind of nonsense is this? After all, in addition to fixing the bug, he has a lot of other work to do. And most of the operators gathered in this place because an emergency meeting was announced. It's unlikely that Mia called them together just to say something so unreasonable. Lloyd says that there is probably a more compelling reason. The guy asks if he is right. At this moment, one of the operators straightens his legs and places them on the table. This is an operator named Dyke. He asks if they don't discuss the same thing over and over again. He suggests finishing this quickly. Mia replies that she is not in the mood to joke now, and so she asks the guy to take his feet off the table and listen carefully. Mia asks, does Dyke really want her to hit him? The girl starts. Ask for attention because the reason for the emergency meeting is that she found the main body of the worm virus. Selena says that if it's a worm, they'll have problems. Zeno asks if this guy is a named virus. After all, they have enough other problems, but this guy is very serious. Mia says that this is true, After all, with his cloning ability, Aiden causes the greatest damage in the system. The girl says that she found a guy in a bad sector, and now that the search radius has narrowed, they should not miss the opportunity to track him down. Mia says that she also reported everything to the moderator, and this time they must remove it no matter what. At this moment, all operators begin to feel incredible power. It turns out that this is the patron spirit potion. She turns to her fellow operators and notifies that Mr. Moderator has arrived. The operators are surprised that the moderator came in person. After all, he doesn't appear often unless the matter is serious. The operator does not understand what brought the moderator to this place. Mia thinks about it. That maybe the moderator read it. After all, then she has a chance that the moderator will personally get down to business. Aiden is still surprised that Arya asks to become his cameraman. At this moment, a system appears in front of the guy, which asks if Aiden wants to approve Arya for the position of operator. Aiden does not understand. Is it really possible that this is his first step as a moderator? Arya helped him with many things, and the girl is quite famous in the system. She is also very strong. You couldn't find a better candidate for the position of the main character's first cameraman. Therefore, the main character agrees. The system indicates that the main character has become able to use the system. The firewall has been reformed. Arya becomes the cameraman. The girl begins to rejoice. She throws herself into the arms of the main character and says that she is incredibly grateful to the guy. After all this time It was very difficult for the main character to agree with the girl's words, but he asks her to let him go. He asks where this girl has so much strength. He wonders what level Arius is. At this moment, the girl's status appears in front of the main character and it says that he is unavailable. He asks if Aiden wants to reveal Arya's status as a moderator. Aiden wonders if this function is now available to him as a moderator. After all, as soon as Aiden had time to think, the system itself invited him to find out. The main character thinks that this is very timely. Therefore, he agrees with the system's proposal. But at this moment, the system says that an error has occurred. After all, the moderator's authority is not enough, and the guy's request was blocked by another moderator. Aiden doesn't understand. Is it really true that even his current powers are not enough? Aiden doesn't understand what the girl could possibly be doing if it's such a secret. The next morning, the people in the village began to start building and making a comfortable life for themselves. At this moment, the main character is told that they are going for resources. This is Jake and Celia. Aiden asks what happened to the resources he gave. Jake answers that there are more people, and he thinks that resources will quickly be used up. They try to get them themselves, but more and more magical creatures appear in the area, and therefore it has become more difficult for people to hunt and get wood. There is a suggestion that this is happening because of the dungeon nearby. Jake is going there to explore, and it will not be easy for him alone. So he will go there with the magician Celia. At this moment, the main character opens his inventory and says that the guys don't need to do this. He asks why they should bother themselves. After all, he will simply use the inventory. At this moment, the main character remembers how Mia reacted to this last time, and he remains very scary. After all, then Mia told Aiden not to dare to use the equipment. At this moment, the protagonist's hand shakes, and he removes his inventory. At this moment, the main character approaches. Arya asks, "Was the guy going to the dungeon?" After all, girls are very interesting. Aiden says that it was not he who was going to do this, but Jack and Celia. Arya asks, "What does it say?" After all, she doesn't know about these two, but Aiden will definitely go. After some time, the main character and Arya, Jake and Celia went to the dungeon. Aiden doesn't understand. Is this really the second dungeon after that very time when he went looking for an Easter egg? After all, he has also met those who are stronger than magical creatures, so he shouldn't have any problems. At this moment, the main character says that they need to come in, but Arya stops them. After all, she knew it, she asks. Was Aiden just going to walk in there like that? After all, it turns out that Aiden doesn't understand anything about dungeons. She asks if Aiden knows what types of magical creatures spawn there. And does Aiden know what items to take with him? Arya asks if Aiden knows how to fight against magical creatures. The girl asks if Aiden has ever killed normal magical creatures because they are not wild animals, which are found in the surrounding villages. And in addition to mastering magic, they also know how to set traps. They are like players. Arya says that if Aiden is strong enough, of course, then he doesn't have to worry about anything, and he can cope with them alone. Arya says that is why Aiden is prohibited from using moderator skills in this place, and in the future, he will find himself in dungeons more than once. In order for him to understand what it's like for a simple man in the street, he needs to experience everything himself on his own body. Arya says that they will all benefit from having experience fighting in such places, because this will help them become stronger, level up signs. After all, they are no longer ordinary people. After some time, the main character and his friends entered a dungeon and they fight with magical creatures. Aiden orders everyone to retreat. They don't understand where magical creatures come from in this place. The main character, Celia and Jake, take a break. After all, they are very tired. At this moment, Aiden is angry because Arya was right because he did not evaluate the dungeon. And if it weren't for the girl's help and advice, Aiden almost fell into my trap. An ambush also awaited them. Aiden understands that these fights would be much more difficult. After all, when he fought with one mythical beast, he was immune to physical attacks. There was also immunity to magical attacks. Suddenly, Arya approaches the heroes and she was really looking for them. She apologizes for leaving them because she needed to find something. At that moment, the girl and I came. 2 mythical beasts. Aiden asks who came with the girl. After all, they are already swinging at her to kill her. But Arya says that everything is fine and Aiden doesn't have to worry. At this moment, the girl kills her opponents with just one blow. She talks about how Aiden constantly pays attention to these worthless animals, and it's a waste of time. Arya looks at the heroes and says that they are making progress. After all, she had already begun to worry that the level of this dungeon was high for them. But for newbie raiders, they do a good job. Jake says it's incredible because he can't even believe that they can now increase their level. After all, he feels how strength fills his body. And now the guy understands why players are chasing a higher level. Arya takes the guy by the shoulders and says that Jake and Celia will thank the main character because, thanks to Aiden's power, they all received an update. After all, what would they do without him? He even says that they should stop telling them all sorts of nonsense and they should go already. After some time, the main character and his friends come to huge doors. Celia says that she feels a powerful energy that comes from within. She asks if they can cope with this energy. Arya asks why Aiden stood in one place. Is he really not going to come in? The main character asks. Is Arya really laughing because he already thought that he would die before reaching this place? He says that if they go further, they will not get out unscathed. Jake appeals. The main character says that a question recently came to him. After all, if they are no longer ordinary people, what will happen if they die? After all, before, the system would revive them back, but now he asks, are they really going to? Completely destroyed. Arya tells them not to worry. After all, they are all protected by a firewall. A firewall is a shield with which the system protects people and is an obstacle to external attacks. Protection from death is also its function. And of course, the one who dies and will not be able to recover in place. However, they will be reborn and moved to the designated point. Arya says that their personal renaissance zone is the village of Ersa, also a girl. It says that ordinary people and players cannot see the shield. After all, you need to at least be an operator. And now she invites them to interrupt the conversation and feel everything that was said for themselves. After all, they still want to become stronger. At this time, in the village, Logan and Sophia approach the boxes with equipment. When a guy takes the box in his hand, suddenly an explosion occurs. Logan doesn't understand what's happening, but at that moment, Aiden, Jake, and Celia appear in front of them. Aiden asks if Jake and Celia are okay. The guy is glad that they really didn't die. They don't even understand which gods they should thank for this. Jake says this is the first time he's been attacked by a magical creature, but the guy doesn't understand what happened. Logan runs up to the heroes and asks if they are okay. Aiden says that he also doesn't fully understand what happened. After all, at first everything went well with them, and they entered the room where a huge girl stood. But suddenly she raised her hands and some kind of magic ball began to appear. And all the heroes died from a macro attack. Suddenly Arya appears and says that it was the boss. It is much more difficult to defeat him, and each boss has his own special technique. It is a unique, distinctive feature of each dungeon. Aiden asks what distinctive feature we are talking about. He is asking, how can that woman even be killed, and where is the logic in that? But Arya repeats, what she said is that every boss has his own signature principle of attack. But if Aiden doesn't know what it is, he will have to die until he understands. The main character is trying to do everything possible to defeat this girl. The main character uses a shield when she hits him. But at this moment, Aiden doesn't even understand what time it is when he comes in. He doesn't understand what is special about this boss. Aiden thinks about what they should do. After all, they must stop him. But they have nothing. It doesn't work, and at this rate I'll kill them again. But suddenly, the main character notices something. He tries to get closer because there are 3 huge crystals there. With just a swing of his sword, Aiden breaks these crystals. And at this moment, the girl begins to scream in pain. Aiden is glad that everything worked out for him, and this is their chance. He orders his friends to attack now. At this moment, the girl falls off her feet and is in great pain. The main character and his friends approach her, and the system congratulates them. After all, they cleared the Ersa dungeon mine. The main character has increased his level. Jake and Celia are happy. They talk to the main character about what they did, but Aiden says it's all thanks to them. After all, they both did a good job too. Suddenly, a chest begins to appear in front of the main character. System says that the award has been received. When the chest is opened, there appears a huge pile of gold and decorations. Celia and Jack approach this chest. The girl picks up the gem and tells Jake to just take a look. After all, with these stones, they won't have to worry about money for a long time. At this point, Aiden is glad that they managed it because he will no longer be able to rely on the vault forever. And now these two will definitely be able to feed themselves on their own. At this moment, Arya comes up and congratulates Aiden on the successful raid. After all, the guy did a good job, she asks. Can they be trusted to deal with everything else? After all, they have other things to do. Jake and Celia agree, and Arya tells the main character that she would like Aiden to go somewhere with her for a while. Arya says that this is very important. Aiden and Arya go somewhere interesting. Aiden sees that this dungeon is just like the dungeon he was in last time. He asks himself, what if that magical monster appears here? What should he do then? At this time, the girl opens some doors and a bright light comes from there. Arya says they need to go there. She asks if Aiden remembers that she disappeared for some time. Arya says that she and the dungeon keeper were not there. At this moment, a tall magical creature appears in front of the main character. Arya tells that in most dungeons there are guardians, and they are one of the types of guardians of the system. Their responsibilities include not only eliminating bugs that appear in their possession, but they also do not allow magical creatures to scatter to the outer world. Aiden asks what will happen if the guardian is destroyed. Arya says that as far as she knows, the system will simply replace him with another, and Aiden doesn't have to worry. After all, this is not such a serious act. Arya asks if Aiden has any idea. Why did they come to this place? After all, as a moderator, the guy needs to make the dungeon guardians his own. However, if he poaches too many at once, the operators can find out. So it's better for him to take things gradually. Arya says that it's not difficult and Aiden can try it once. After all, the principle is the same as with ordinary people. At this moment, the main character extends his hand to the keeper and touches his chest. The system indicates that the dungeon moderator has been changed, and a new moderator. At this moment, the magical creature bows to the main character. Arya congratulates the guy because now this entire zone has passed into his possession. Arya says this is a good start, and if he continues, in the same spirit, the girl thinks that they will get along without problems. Aiden says he needs to find more cameramen. After all, he needs people whom he can trust with this place, and it definitely won't be Arya. Arya asks, "Is there really something wrong?" After all, she won't have any difficulty managing this location. The girl begins to worry and asks whether Aiden still doesn't trust her. Arya understands that she is hiding a lot from him, so it's fair. But the girl says that no matter what, she will understand any decision the guy makes. But Aiden tells the girl that this is not the case at all. After all, he needs her next to him. He asks if she wouldn't like to stay here. After all, it would be much more useful if she helped him try out all the content of this world. In addition, Aiden says that he needs to find something, and for this, he must increase his moderating powers. He says that it doesn't matter to him what secrets the girl has because now she is his operator. Aiden says that he will overwhelm her with so much work that she won't know where to go, so Arya can get ready. Arya says Aiden may not be sure. After all, she will make a true moderator out of the guy at all costs. After some time, the main character and his friends return to the village. At this moment, Celia and Jake are standing in front of the main character in bewilderment. He is asking, "Is Aiden really inviting them to become his operators?" Aiden asks. "Don't these two really want to?" But Jack says that's not the point. But this is a very responsible position, and he does not understand that he can simply entrust this position to them. But Aiden replies that he offered these two such positions for a reason. After all, while they were together these few days, Aiden felt something. He says that the residents follow precisely these two. Therefore, Aiden considered their most suitable candidate. At this moment, Arya approaches the main character and begins to hug the guy. She says Aiden is right and he is right. The girl tells Jake and Celia to try it. The girl says that there is nothing complicated in this. What if they don't know something? Then Arya agrees to train them. Jake says that they will make every effort to help the main character. Aiden says it's great and he's relying on these two. At this time, the virus says that everything seems to be gathering. He is asking, do they already know why they gathered in this place? After all, the moderator began to act personally, and he will definitely get to them. The virus says that all its copies are deleted at great speed, but those that remain are still enough to collect information. He says that, however, they will have to temporarily suspend surveillance of the moderator's promotion, and if they do not want to be removed, they should sit quietly. The virus says that he can't even believe that no one dared to detect the route of movement of Mr. Trojan. He understands where the Trojan disappeared altogether. The worm says that he has found a very interesting specimen. Who wants to show Trojan? At this time, the main character in his village says that he is leaving this village to Jackie Celia. Celia tells Aiden not to worry. After all, he can contact them at any time. If he needs help, the girl will move at any time to help. Aiden asks, really, how hard has Arya already trained them? But Arya says she didn't have to choose. Arya tells Aiden not to worry because these two have kept up well with the pace of learning, and the village will be in good hands. In her free time, Arya developed a project that Aiden entrusted to her, and now this place will most likely be hidden from other eyes for a long time. Even operators will not be able to detect it so easily. Aiden says that everything is as he wanted. He thanks the girl for what she did. Aiden says that the preparations are complete, and if he has already decided to become a moderator, he won't be able to hide anymore, and now the guy has no right to lose. To me, the operator is neither players nor a virus. At this moment, a system appears in front of the main character which begins to glow. It indicates that the training guide is completed. She congratulates the main character. After all, he acquired basic moderator skills. Aiden doesn't understand. Is it really before? With him training, it turns out that everything really begins only now. He wants everyone to see how he will change this system. After some time, the main characters Arya set off on their journey. The main character asks where he should start. Arya replies that she knew this would happen, which is why she thought of a bastard with recommendations for wandering noobs. She asks if the guy wants to listen. A system appears in the main character that says that Kevin is calling a voice call. Aiden is surprised to receive a voicemail. Arya is perplexed and asks when Aiden managed to meet other players. Aiden asks why Arya got so angry. He asks the girl to be quieter because he wants to answer the call. At this moment, Kevin says that they haven't talked to the main character for a long time. He asks if he is distracting the guy. Aiden says Kevin isn't distracting him. He asks what's wrong. He asks if Aiden remembers that the last time he invited him to join their guild. So Kevin says that they are going to help newcomers at this time. Kevin asks if Aiden wants to be in on it too. After all, the reward will be considerable. At this moment, the main character thought, it's possible. This is a good chance. Aiden thinks it would be nice to test out among the Arya players and get to know them. Aiden agrees and says that he will. Now Kevin will wait for the main character. After all, he will send him the coordinates, and Kevin says that they will see each other later. After the conversation, Arya begins to get angry and asks where Aiden was going to go. The main character doesn't understand what's wrong, but Arya asks why he needs help from other players if she is there. After all, the girl has prepared so many things for the guy, and will he really just ignore it now? The girl tells Aiden not to respond to this guy, but the main character says that he just meets Kevin and it won't last long. After some time, the main character, the girl, reached the city of Downtown. Aiden says that this is the same place they walk into the door with the beer glass emblem on top. Aiden thinks about how there are only players in this place. Suddenly, someone starts calling the guy, and it turns out to be Kevin, who is sitting at a table with some people. Kevin tells Aiden to come to him. Kevin talks about Aiden and right quickly. The guy thanks the main character because he agreed to come. But suddenly the guy notices a very beautiful girl in front of him. Kevin asks, did this girl really come with the main character? He asks who they are to each other. Aiden responds that they are just friends with this girl. At this time, Arya thinks that during an unscheduled inspection he helped the main character, and Aiden added him as a friend. Now the girl decides that she should find out what the guy's plans are for Sasha. Suddenly Kevin approaches the girl and shyly says his name. The guy says that if the girl doesn't mind, they can become friends. But Arya's cold gaze lets the guy know that she's not particularly interested in him. But Kevin says that it's nothing because he thinks that later they will introduce themselves to them some other time. Opportunity to make friends. The guy turns to the main character and tells Aiden to come to them. After all, he has not yet introduced the main character to others. 3 people are sitting at the table. Kevin says that these are the team members with whom they will be hunting today. Aiden remembers that Kevin told him that these people are new, but they really, quite low levels. Kevin says that he will now tell what they will do. After all, they are waiting for the hunt for the boss of the field. The customs level of the location is low, but the reward for catching the boss is good. Kevin says that the players are quite strong enough to defeat him, and if anything happens, he will definitely help them. Therefore, players need not be afraid. Kevin says everyone can hit the road. After some time, the heroes went to the Troll Canyon, where the recommended level of stay is 45. Kevin says that now they can only wait, and he tells that he will only watch the players, because if they rely on protection from each other, they will not be able to grow in their skills. Suddenly the main character and Kevin hear some conversations. People are discussing that the giant is about to appear, and they have already learned his timings because this location is under their control. Kevin is very upset because it looks like another team has arrived. At this moment, these guys ask Team Kevin who they are. They tell Kevin and his team to leave this place because this is more of their hunt. But at this moment, one of the girls asks if it is possible to occupy hunting locations. And in fact, they came to this place first. Suddenly, one of the guys from the other team comes very close to the girl and asks why on earth a low-level girl is shouting at him. After all, at their level, they don't belong here, so they should close their mouths and leave. At this moment, Kevin approaches the guy and takes his clothes. He says that the guy gets on his nerves. Kevin asks where this is done so that players forget their place. For hunting. He asks if the guy is ashamed. The guy replies that he is not ashamed because they do what they want. After all, they can even start a fight. He is asking, can Kevin really interfere if he is from the Griffin Guild? After all, at this rate, he will only lower his karma. At this moment, the team begins to pester Kevin's team and tells them to leave this place. Kevin starts screaming for them to stop, but the guy replies that if Kevin just moves away, then he will intervene. At this moment, the main character is pestered by some guy. He asks why Aiden is standing still because they were told to leave. At this moment, the guy takes the guy's shoulder with his hand and begins to push, but in just an instant, Aiden hits the guy in the face with his hand. From such a blow, the guy does not stand still and flies to the side. Rocks start flying around, and Kevin and the other guy from the team are very surprised by what is happening. Aiden asks the guy who he is putting his hands on. After all, whoever came first is good. He says that the mediocrities should understand this. The main guy of the non-evil team starts shouting and asking questions from his members. Why are they still standing? Because now they have to deal with this guy who hit one of their players. Guys started attacking the main character, but he fights with them. He throws one guy over himself and throws him to the side. When he runs up, the second guy, the main character, kicks his stomach, causing that guy to also fly off because Aiden punches him in the face. The captain of the evil team says that this is not bad, but he says that before Aiden starts acting this way, he needs to know who he's dealing with. After all, this guy is level 120. The guy says that he is the next head of the Hydra Guild branch and he will now deal with the main character. Aiden thinks about it. Is the guy's tattoo really a symbol of one of the 5 great guilds? But at that moment, Kevin stops the guy and says that he didn't take another step. After all, Kevin no longer intends to stand on the sidelines. The angry guy starts laughing and asking questions. Is this really the decision of the Griffin Guild? He is asking, is the guy really ready to bear responsibility for this later? But at this moment, the main character puts his hand on Kevin's shoulder and says that everything is under control and he will figure it out on his own. Aiden says that the fight with such a guy is very simple and he can handle it quickly enough. But the guy starts to get angry and say that this is absurd. He's trying to hit guy, but his blow hits the rock and Aiden moves away from the blow. Angry guy asks, what is happening to the main character? Can he really talk but actually does nothing? The guy says that they have already kicked out their noobs. He asks why Aiden is in the forest and it's none of his business. He tells Aiden to say something again. When the guy makes a few more blows, Aiden turns away from them. But after one moment, the main character now attacks the guy. The guy doesn't understand where the main character suddenly got such speed of movement. At this moment, the main character uses a doubling of stat points. And after only one moment, the main character hits the guy's head with his fist and presses him against the wall. The system says that the team captain has received a lethal amount of damage and they are moving instead of reviving. At this moment, the rest of the players on the opposite team see that their captain has been killed and they begin to run away. Kevin can't even believe his own eyes how Aiden managed to become so strong. After all, not much time has passed since their last meeting. And then Aiden said that he is level 60. Kevin doesn't understand. Is it possible in principle to rise so quickly? He doesn't understand whether Aiden was hiding his real level. At this point, the team members talk about how cool it is and Aiden is simply better. Kevin asks the main character to apologize because he couldn't help him right away. And if he attacks members of other guilds, he will be in trouble. And now, Kevin says that the guy's karma will decrease. He hopes that this is not critical. Well, Aiden replies that Kevin shouldn't be afraid because everything is fine. At this moment, the system says that the guy's karma has been reduced by 17. The evil guy is reborn. He begins to get angry and hit the wall with his fist. He says, it's a shame. After all, he can't even believe that he was defeated by some low-level player. And now he runs around calmly and doesn't even think about raising his hand for the future. Head of the Hydra Guild branch. The guy says that Aiden will pay double for humiliating him. At this moment, it turns out that Arya was watching everything that was happening from the roof. But the evil guy is on his way because he needs to talk with the head of the guild. Arya heard all this. Now, the main character fights mythical beasts and defeats the boss. The team players think that Aiden killed the mythical beast and everything worked out for them. They say it's a great job. They decide that Aiden helped them and they want to add him as a friend. Aiden thinks that it is much easier for him to fight monsters when there is a tactic. He doesn't care about the award, but the experience gained is priceless for him. Kevin approaches the main character and says that Aiden is great. After all, Kevin is seeing such a strong newcomer like him for the first time, and so he asks if Aiden might still join their guild. Kevin says that those guys from the Hydra guild who's Aiden together will be ready to throw away even their own reputation and pride. Kevin knows exactly when, but these guys will definitely want to take revenge on the main character. If Aiden joins them, then even the great guilds will not be able to just touch him. Kevin says they will protect the main character. The guy sends the main character an invitation to the Griffin Guild. The system asks if Aiden would like to accept the invitation to join the Griffin Guild. The main character sees that there is a guild in front of him. If he thinks about it, then there is a considerable advantage in this. However, he wants to hear the opinion of Arya. He doesn't understand what's going on with the girl at this moment. After all, just recently Arya was sitting next to her on a stone. Aiden thinks about what he should do. At this time, the guild base is Hydra 13 branch. An evil guy goes there and is met by the head of the guild. And he asks, did the guy really come back after the defeat? The player asks for forgiveness. The head says the guy should be ashamed. He asks how he can now trust the guy with his place. And if someone touched a member of their guild, then he must pay a big price for it. The head says the guy can take the guys with him, but he must trample the enemy's face into the dirt. The guy understood the instructions from the head of the guild. Now he is glad that he will finally make sure that Aiden will never set foot on his territory again. At this moment, suddenly the guy hears some sounds. Someone is making their way to the head of the guild. At this moment, Arya enters the office, and in her hands, she holds one of the guards by the neck. The guild leader stands up and asks what's going on and who the girl even is. Arya asks, is the head of the guild really busy with something? The guy is angry. Were the guards really unable to cope with the girl? The head says they are useless guys. At this moment, a lot of guards run into the room and say that they don't care who this girl is, because they must finally grab her. After all, no one dares to enter. Thus, the team captain calls this girl stupid. After all, she seems to be strong. But of course she shouldn't have come to this place alone, and now she won't just run away. The guy says that for this, Arya will feel for herself why their guild has such a disgusting reputation. At this moment, the head of the guild says that they should not kill this girl because first they must find out who sent her. But suddenly, an explosion occurs. It was Arya who repelled the blow of all the guys with just a wave of her hand. At this moment, there is a huge hole in the wall and there are many dead guards around. The guy can't believe his eyes. After all, these players are at least level 100. The guild begins to get angry and says that Arya is very mean. He asks, is the girl really too brave if she decided to invade his branch? At this moment, the head opens this screw and pulls out a huge weapon. The man swings at the girl and tells Arya to know her place. At this moment, there is a guy in the library. He is angry because this noise does not allow him to concentrate. A girl approaches him, and he asks what is happening there. The girl replies that she just found out that it looks like they were invaded. The guy asks if this is true. He says that it sucks because as soon as he decided to visit this place, there was some kind of problem. He asks why he needs this and is interested in how many people have invaded. The girl replies that there is only one person there. The guy asks the girl to repeat. After some time, the girl leads the guy down the corridor and says that Arya is now in the office of the head of the branch. Huge doors open in front of them and the guy walks in. At this moment, Arya is holding the branch head by the neck. the guy sees that there really is no one with Arya. He is asking, does he really want to tell him that one player is beyond the strength of all of them? He is asking, did they really want to discredit the name of the guild? Calls them pathetic scum and tries to hit the girl. The team captain sees that this is the same person, the person in charge of their guild, Mr. Aiden. The guy doesn't understand how Aiden has been here for a long time, but they were lucky. After all, he no longer knew what to do if Arya even dealt with the head. The guy says that Mr. Aiden will certainly show the girl where she belongs. Aiden sees that his blow did not even scratch the girl. He does not understand. Is Arya really a high-level player like him? And now the guy will have to fight at full strength. Aiden says that if Arya does not want to die, then she should leave this place now. At this moment, Aiden makes some kind of magical fireball with his own hands, and he says that if he hurts everyone, it's not his fault. At this moment, all the guys begin to run away from this room. Aiden points his ball towards the girl, and he wants to deflect her with a blow. With his enormous strength, Aiden hits the wall, but it turns out that Arya was not affected at all. But there is a huge hole in the wall. He does not understand. Is there really not even a scratch on the girl again? Aiden is about to hit the girl again. He wants to see if she can withstand another blow. At this moment, the guy hits the floor. A huge circle appears under Arya, and this is an incredible blow that lifts everything up. But when the smoke cleared, Aiden sees that the girl remained in place. He is screaming about the fact that I'm sure that I hit the girl with my absolute skill. He asks why Arya is unharmed, but Arya says that, as she understands, Aiden is the strongest here. She says that this of course disappoints her, but nothing can be done about it. Aiden didn't even expect this, but in an instant Arya takes the guy's face with her hand, and she says that she came to this place because they allowed themselves too much. She tells Aiden to look carefully and remember her face well, and he must also pass it on to his guild masters. After all, if they catch her eye, then Arya will not leave stone upon stone from them. At this moment, the girl presses her hand and the guy becomes very hurt. Aiden begins to scream. Aiden is upset that he lost so easily that he can't even believe it. Arya is far from an unusual high-level player. He does not understand. Is the girl really a ranker? At this moment, with just one wave of her hand, Arya hits the guy's head on the floor. The guy starts bleeding from his mouth. After some time, Aiden tries to get out from under the rubble. He doesn't understand how many times in a row he's already died. After all, it cost him so much effort to level up. After all, his level dropped from 230 to 220. The guy thinks that this is all in vain, and now he is not going to forgive his girlfriend for the shame he suffered, and Arya must definitely pay for it. At this moment in the city of Downtown, Kevin asks if Aiden is sure that everything will be fine. After all, it would be much safer if he joined their guild. But the main character tells Kevin not to worry because he can protect himself, and Kevin can rest easy. Kevin answers that this is the main character's business, but if anything happens, he can write at any time. Kevin turns around and leaves. He says it's time for him to go, and Aiden needs to take care of himself. Kevin tells Aiden not to even dare to show himself in the vicinity of the Hydra guild. The main character says goodbye to the guys. Suddenly, Arya appears behind him. She talks about how they are finally done. Aiden sees that Arya is in front of him. He asks where she was, but the girl asks, "Isn't it obvious?" Aiden doesn't understand. What is the girl talking about? But Arya says what she imagined, that now the guys will be angry with the main character, so she dealt with them. Aiden doesn't understand who would be mad at him, but suddenly he remembers that the girl is talking about members of the Hydra guild. Arya says that their base was located not far from this place, and she stopped by to say hello. At this moment, the main character notices how the guys are discussing what happened to the Hydra base. After all, the base is literally. Recently it was unharmed, but now there are only ruins. But they discuss that this is not even the point. They don't understand how this could be the work of the other 5 guilds. After all, there are also rumors that the culprit of the incident was a ranker. They discuss that this could lead to a guild war. Arya says that they don't have time to waste on the main character. And Aiden now has no reason to worry about any guild anymore. After all, the girl will completely figure it out on her own. Aiden sighs and thinks that this kind of thing is a girl's style. And although they attacked on the main character, but he would have to postpone exploring the world. Therefore, Arya, and eliminated possible interference for him. At this moment, the main character opens the portal and holds out the girl's hand. He tells Arya to take it. After all, to tell the truth, even then he wanted to give it to the girl. But it took him a little time. At this moment, Aiden hands the girl a talisman. Aiden talks about this being his first time making something with his own hands. He made this pendant for a girl. Aiden says that this pendant has a function to communicate with him. It also indicates their location, and so from now on, to rush off somewhere must first give a signal to this thing. Aiden asks that Arya not disappear again without saying a word to him. Arya thanks the guy and presses this pendant to her chest. She says that she will carefully store and use it. The system says that the pendant of the main character is for personal use of Arya. At this time, the meeting of operators has ended, and they are discussing the fact that today the meeting has exhausted them. They hate their job. At this moment, Mia calls Zeno and asks, "Is the girl already leaving?" Mia turns to the guy and asks, "Does he really want to talk?" Zeno tells that he found the main body of the worm, and this time it was very active. But unfortunately, he was unable to catch the worm. But there are few operators who are able to withstand worms alone. Mia says that if that's all, then it's gone. After all, they already have a lot to do and plenty to do. At this moment, Zeno asks, why was Mia not the first to make a report? After all, when it comes to a virus, first of all, you need to report it to the moderator. Zeno asks if this is not so. Zeno says that if Mia did, as it should be, or perhaps the result was different, but Mia was not sure of the accuracy of the information. Zeno asks, was it her information or was Mia getting close to someone? Mia starts to ask angry. Was Zeno really going to interrogate her? But Zeno says that this is a simple test and nothing more, because Mia knows. No worse than others, his responsibilities include eliminating the object of threats in the inner circles, and therefore Mia has no right to ignore his questions. After all, this is necessary for the sake of the moderator and the system, and now he says Mia has to answer. He asks where Mia is from. I got information, and if her answer doesn't sound enough, it is convincing that Zeno must suspect her. He is asking, is it Mia? Plans to follow in the footsteps of the traitor Arya. At this moment, an explosion occurs and fire appears around Mia. She gets angry and asks, how dare Zeno say that? Zeno takes up his weapon and the two begin to fight. But suddenly, Mia does not understand what is happening because Mrs. Procyon appears between them. Mia and Zeno are incredibly surprised by what is happening. After all, in front of them is Lady Procyon. The lady says that fighting is prohibited here and she asks them to stop doing it immediately. At this moment, Zeno turns to Mia and tells her not to think about doing anything stupid. After all, Zeno says that he will continue to follow the girl and he would not like to see her in the ranks of his enemies. He says this is not a warning. Mia turns to Zenon and says that she will not forget what happened today. At this moment, two guys see Mia and Zeno. They discuss what a strange noise was coming from here. Dyke asks what happened in this place. After all, Mia is angry now. Isabel asks the guy if it seems like Zeno started the fight because of some problem that arose. Dyke is surprised that Zeno really suspects Mia. After all, this is nonsense. He decides to just observe for now because the reason is unlikely to be serious. At this time, the main character and Arya are sitting at the table and Arya asks, did Aiden really refuse? But the main character says that he did not want to make decisions without consulting her. Aiden didn't really want this either. After all, if he needs it, he thinks that the opportunity will arise. Arya standing in the guild is good. Aiden says that he thought that the girl would be against it. But Arya says that guilds are also part of this world. And besides, she is familiar with the Griffin Guild. And this is a very good person. She says that if Aiden is thinking about joining them, then she will immediately get in touch with her head. Aiden wonders what will happen if they create their own guild. After some time, Celia contacts the main character from the village of Ersa. Celia says that she installed it exactly where he told her. The main character thanks the girl. He tells Celia not to worry about the material. After all, he will send them through the cloud to the village's joint storage facility. And if they need something, the girl can talk about it at any time. After all, Aiden relies on her. Celia says that she will never let the main character down. At this moment, other guys approach Jackie. Jake asks the girl what it is. They do not understand. Was Celia really talking to Mr. Aiden? At this moment, Celia begins to push Jackie to say that they should not stand around, but go about their business and carry out the master's orders. At this point, Aiden asks, "Do they really not need anything else to open a guild?" Arya said that nothing was needed. After all, the hall is the minimum conditions for its creation. And now all that remains is to wait for the completion of construction. Aiden asks what they show themselves as. At this moment, the main character and the girl are already walking down the street. Arya says she has something in mind. She asks if Aiden remembers I talked about a guide for beginners. She offers the guy to go to that place. What did you plan before? The main character agrees. After some time, the main character and Arya come to the challenge tower. Aiden asks what this place is. After all, the atmosphere here is very scary for him. Arya says that this is a challenge tower and players visit it more often than other places. The rules here are simple. If a guy defeats a monster on one floor to pass, on the next day, some are looking here for valuable things to profit from, or they want to set a new record. But this is for the players. It's enough for them to have fun and gain experience. Aiden says that fun is, of course, good, but he decided to become moderators. Therefore, he will do everything conscientiously. Arya says that she forgot to tell the main character something. After all, here its level is completely unimportant. Here is the ability to combine abilities. On the contrary, if Aiden doesn't mind, before they go to the tower, then Arya would like to see what class abilities Aiden uses. She asks if she can take a look. The main character agrees and begins to close the system. The girl thanks the guy for this. But at this moment, Arya is incredibly surprised. After all, the levels of all abilities are maximum. What is this all about, and where does this guy get such skills? But Aiden asks in what sense from where. After all, he has them from the very beginning. He is asking, is it really not like that for everyone? After all, it seemed to him that the players had the same accuracy as him. However, he did not see their ability window. At this moment, the girl looks at the guy and realizes that the guy's score has not increased. But for such a low level, Aiden seemed strong enough to her. And now she understands what was the matter. After all, the main character has class skills that cannot be combined with each other, and she hasn't seen anything like this even with current operators. Arya was right. After all, Aiden is special. And even if Aiden continues to grow in the same spirit, then his becoming a moderator is a matter of time. Arya says that on the contrary, it's cool and now she doesn't need to worry about planned things like combining. The main character is already inside the tower, and he begins to fight with mythical beasts. He cuts one of them in half with his huge weapon. After some time, 3 more huge mythical beasts appear in front of the main character. And with just one swing, the main characters chop off their heads. The system indicates that the level has been increased. Arya is surprised that Aiden can attack so quickly, so also alone. The girl sees that the main character combines and applies his skills well. After comparison with the same level and skill requirements, now Arya understands how amazing the protagonist's fighting ability is. Aiden says it wasn't as difficult as he thought. Arya, letting your guard down is a bad idea, and the complexity will increase. The higher he rises, it may not be easy for him to conquer floors with ordinary abilities. Aiden asks, where is the end of this tower? Arya replies that the end is already on the 50th floor. Now the main character understands that they are halfway there, and he invites the girl to hurry up and conquer the remaining part. The main character approaches the steps. He sees that, as Arya said, the difficulty increased quickly as they climbed the tower. The monsters are not comparable to those that lived on. The lower floors appeared one after another, and boss-class monsters also interfered with the main character, but he was able to overcome all this using the skills he has. At this moment, the main character had already reached the 49th floor. A huge monster with an incredibly powerful weapon appears in front of him. Everything around begins to suddenly darken and stones begin to fall. The main character believes that it was dangerous. After all, the monster's strength is incredible, and on top of that, the monster is also quite agile. Aiden thinks that it will be bad if he hits him with his weapon. Aiden says that if that's the case, he doesn't understand if he should try using magic skills this time. The system announces that the main character is using mastery of magic. Aiden uses physical enhancement plus acceleration. He says that this is his first time using such a combination. However, this is enough to get rid of this monster. The main character pounces on his monster, and he is ready to hit him. In just one instant, the main character hits the monster directly with his hand, hit the head from below, causing the monster to fall to the ground. And now he has a huge dent on his head. The system says that the 49th floor has been successfully cleared and the level of the main character has been increased. Aiden says it's not bad and he feels like he's compatible again. Help characteristics increased, and now all he has left is the last floor. The main character is already approaching the huge steps and climbing up. Space appears in front of him, and from there the beast gets out. He thinks that this monster is the final boss. Suddenly, a huge circle appears under the protagonist's feet. It's a dam barrier. The effects of general skills are reduced and Aiden will receive a temporary increase to his level. At this point, all skills are reduced by 50%. Now the main character understands everything. After all, if this is a debuff of this magnitude, then the players will have a hard time. But resistance to the normal state occurs, and Aiden is a good opponent for this monster. The system says that it was removed. Aiden sees that even the monster's best skill doesn't seem to be working for him. At this moment, the main character opens his inventory and takes out a very large sword. He decides to get this over with quickly. He is attacked by a huge monster, but Aiden uses his weapon with just one swing and the battle begins. The animal begins to scream and stones begin to fly towards the guy. The main character uses protection and he points it towards the stones to break. They are torn apart and so that they do not fall on him. When the main character has dealt with the stones, he heads towards the monster to kill him. The main character makes a swing and cuts the monster's body into pieces. The monster falls. And the system congratulates because the test tower on the 50th floor has been cleared and a personal record has been achieved. Aiden doesn't understand. Is it really over now? After all, it was better content than he thought, but now he still doesn't understand where the exit is. Suddenly, the main character notices that there is a portal in this place. He does not understand. Is this really a way out? After all, despite the fact that this is a way out, it looks quite strange. At this moment, Arya appears from behind and begins to congratulate the main character. After all, she didn't think that Aiden would cope and get to the top. She says, "What is this because it is impossible to complete all 50 floors on the first try?" Aiden says that the girl arrived just in time. He points with his fingers and asks what kind of strange portal this is. Arya doesn't understand what it is. The main character asks where this portal leads, but it is said that the girl does not see anything. Aiden doesn't understand. Can't Arya see him? The main character wants to understand what is happening and whether he is the only one who sees this portal. Suddenly, the main character notices that he begins to dissolve in space. He does not understand that this is happening, but he begins to be pulled into the portal. Arya screams at Aiden to hurry up and leave this place. Arya tries to grab the guy, but Aiden disappears. The main character finds himself in some kind of space. He does not understand what is happening. Is this really related to administrators or operators? The main character sees that there are all floors there. Are these really the players climbing the tower? Aiden lands on the ground and he can't figure out what this place is. Suddenly he notices a network light. Is this really Sirius? Aiden thinks about it. Is it possible that the light is guiding him? The main character approaches the door with the number 3 written on it. Suddenly, a system appears in front of the main character and it gives the guy a task. It's called Forgotten. Reward. For this task, you will receive a first-level administrator plus a team. These are quests. They haven't seen him for a long time. It seems to the main character that the quest is not over yet. At this moment, Arya tries to contact the main character through her medallion. She asks if Aiden can hear her. Aiden is surprised that it is Arya. The girl says that she is now incredibly relieved because she now knows that Aiden is safe. Arya couldn't send him a message, so she used the June pendant to contact him. Aiden asks if the girl can determine his location. Arya replies that she came all the way out to find him, but there is a problem. After all, she had never seen anything like this before. Arya thinks she can defend herself and get to that place, but she believes that it will attract attention. She says that, in any case, she is looking for another way and Aiden should wait a little longer. But Aiden responds that this is not necessary. Arya doesn't understand. What is the guy talking about? Aiden replies that something has come up that he needs to do, something only he can accomplish. Aiden asks Arya not to worry because he can leave whenever he wants. After all, he used the cloud. He tells Arya to wait a little. If something happens, he will contact her. Arya understood what the guy was talking about and she replied that in this case, Aiden should be careful. At this moment, the main character approaches the door and tries it. Open with your own hands. Suddenly, the doors opened very easily, and the main character sees that there are not 2 rows of mythical animals there. He is surprised that there are a lot of monsters in this place. He asks why there are so many monsters in this place. Besides, they don't move at all. At this moment, someone answers the main character that it is because they were unable to update. Aiden was very scared and he starts asking who is in this place. Suddenly, a mythical monster appears in front of him and asks how Aiden got to this place. The main character was surprised that the guard was talking. The guard says, "The fact that no one except the administrator can enter this place. High security system and unknown, unidentifiable entity." At this moment, all the monsters begin to wake up. The guard talks about it, that he feels that a power similar to that of an administrator comes from Aiden. However, Aiden is not an administrator. He says that all violators must be expelled. At this moment, mythical monsters begin to attack the main character. Aiden tries, fight them off, swings his sword and hits monsters. He inflicts wounds on them. He understands that it will be difficult with conventional weapons. So the main character opens his inventory and takes out a hammer. The main character doesn't understand. Should he really give it his all then? The main character begins the battle with the monsters, and with just one swing he hits the monsters as well. Because of these blows, monsters fall apart. One moment later, the main character uses a huge sword with which he also strikes the monster. Aiden asks what he needs to do. At this moment, the system says that the connection to the system is completed. The main character is happy that it worked, and if it works, then that's great. The main character asks if the guard can hear him. After all, judging by his reaction, it seems to the main character that there are no problems, and the guard will look after this tower for him. Aiden says countless players are waiting for their update, so he leaves it to the guard. The guard says that he needs to protect this place, and until the update occurs, this is his mission. At this moment, suddenly demonic crystals begin to fly at the main character. The main character fights them off with his strength, but at this moment, Aiden is attacked by mythical creatures. The main character uses his weapon and kills all these monsters. The guard doesn't understand. Was Aiden hiding in the smoke? But it does not matter. At this moment, the guards again try to strike the main character, but Aiden uses his weapon as a shield. Ask the guard, does Aiden really think such a cheap trick will work on him? At this moment, the ground begins to crack under the protagonist's feet, and he sees a huge mythical snake tearing out of there. The main character jumps to the side, and he is now in space. One moment later, the main character goes to cut off the head of this huge beast. After Aiden did what he wanted, he falls to the ground, and he is already tired from simply waving this sword a little. After all, it is very heavy, and its effectiveness. Surprisingly, the energy consumption is insane. Aiden needs to end this quickly. The guards say that this sword is dangerous, and he can't stop it on his own. Now Aiden won't be able to touch anyone. The main character uses the increase in his strength by 3 times, and now, when the guards strike at the main character, Aiden dodges them, and now he points his sword and flies straight towards the guard. The main character points his sword directly at the guard's head and hits the shield that the guard made. In an instant, this shield breaks into fragments, and the main character hits the guard directly in the body. Due to such a strong blow, the guard's body breaks into pieces. Now the guard falls to the ground, and the main character approaches him with only smoke all around. It does not mean that he was created for the system and therefore he moves for the sake of the system. It doesn't matter what he thinks because he is simply exploring the mission that was given to him. And finally, it will happen soon. After all, the system is being rebuilt to begin updating. After some time, Arya says that he opened his eyes. Arya tells the main character that he has woken up. Aiden looks away and says it's good. Arya says that besides the fact that it's surprising, she couldn't even imagine that the system guardian has consciousness. The girl says that this is the first time she has seen something like this. At this moment, it turns out that the guard has turned into a man. He looks at his body and cannot understand what happened. At this moment, the system says that the update is complete. After all, when the main character defeated the guard, and he said that it was amazing. After all, he couldn't even think that there was someone like that among the guards. Suddenly, the main character noticed some shining object inside his body. Aiden couldn't figure out what it was. When Aiden picked it up, it turned out to be a magic ball that glowed red. Suddenly, the main character began to call Arya. Through the necklace, the girl addresses the main character and says that she called him because she was worried. She asks nothing happened. Aiden replies that Arya called him on time. He asks Arya to go to Doontown first. After all, the main character will also be there soon. Arya doesn't understand what happened, but the main character replies that he has something to talk about with the girl, and he needs to ask her something. Aiden says that in any case they will see each other in that place. Arya agrees with the guy's words, and the main character uses spatial movement to get to that place as quickly as possible. When the main character showed the girl this ball, Arya asks how this happened. After all, this is the core of a high-ranking guard. The main character is surprised that he was able to defeat a high-ranking guard. He is asking, are there really other types besides the dungeon keeper? Arya says that they are so strong that even Aiden cannot compare them with ordinary guards. After all, there are not so many of them due to the control of administrators, but they have a lot of power. Depending on the entity, they may be stronger than the operators. Aiden says it's incredible because something like this was ignored. Arya says that this may be why the guards are updating. Probably, not 1 or 2 such high-ranking guards are left unattended. After all, they were born with a specific purpose, but they have not yet seen the light. Arya addresses the main character and says that this world has stopped. High-ranking guards are not the only problem, and many others. Things are also forgotten in this way. If administrators don't change, this problem will never be solved. The main character understood everything the girl told him. He understands that this was the reason why such a problem arose. Aiden says that then everything is simple, and if his goal is to move the world that has stopped, he will update everything. This problem will be solved. At this moment, Aiden picks up this magic ball and goes into space with it. Aiden thinks that first the current body of the guard disappeared, so he needs a new one. But now the guy doesn't know how to find a new body. The main character is thinking about whether he should try to connect first. Myself. It would be nice if he had answers to these questions. At this moment, the system says that a new entity has been detected in the system. This ball absorbs the main character's body, and the system starts the update, and a new body is created. A system appears in front of the main character that asks the main character to choose a name. Aiden can't even think because he, who was just a simple person, he becomes an administrator, and it seems strange to him. Aiden decided that from now on the guard's name would be Theodore. Now Theodore understood everything that happened to him. The main character asks the guy how it feels to feel renewed. Theodore asks, Has the main character really updated it? Aiden says that's exactly it. At this moment, the guy kneels in front of the main character and begins to thank him. After all, Aiden fulfilled his long-cherished wish. From this moment, no matter what happens, he will follow the main character, Sir Administrator. Theodore says that he swears by it. After all, Theodore is the high-ranking guard of the protagonist. At this time, the monster is angry because this monstrous guy can really think that this place was found only by one. After all, hundreds of copies of the monster have already disappeared. And apparently this time the administrator is determined. The monster says that it looks like it will also be deleted if it remains in this place. At this moment, the administrator appears in front of the monster and he directs his power to stab the monster. But at this moment, the monster is surprised because it didn't even notice the administrator. At this point, the administrator uses permanent deletion. The monster doesn't understand how this happened, but the administrator thought that the large monster was hidden. The monster says that he has been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Now the monster with all its essence attacks the administrator, and he wants to kill him. But at this moment, the administrator flies away. The monster says that he will never let the administrator go and will destroy him. At this moment, the monster directs a deadly ray from its eye towards administrator to destroy him, and this causes an incredible explosion. Smoke and ash rise all around, but Procyon appears in front of the monster, which protected the administrator. The monster asks how dare such a small lizard get in his way. At this moment, Procyon asks if the administrators are okay because he needs to rest. Procyon says that she will take care of the monster herself. At this moment, the girl uses sentence and exclusive. The administrator puts his hand on the girl's shoulder and says that everything is fine and he can deal with it himself. Procyon tries to stop the administrator, but at this moment the monster says that in fact they do not have a virus. The end. And the monster couldn't even think that in this short time when he was focused on finding Procyon, they guys had grown so much. The receptionist takes off his mask and says that he is really fed up now. When the administrator takes off his mask, an incredible explosion occurs. The monster doesn't understand. What is this dark space? Is the administrator planning to do this so that he couldn't escape? The moment the monster starts screaming and talking, that at this rate everything will be deleted. He is trying to disperse so that as much of him as possible is saved. He asks the monsters, "We found a way to get out. After all, they must escape this place." Administrator uses magic ball, and he wants to direct it towards the monsters. He says that their annoying behavior, he will completely remove it in this place. He guides this ball, and all the monsters start flocking to it. After all, this is some kind of retracting force. After only one moment, all the monsters gathered in one ball, which is in your hands, and the administrator applies the delete functions permanently. The worm virus, which was standing on the mountain at that time, does not understand what is happening, but it feels incredible pain in its chest. The virus does not understand how this happens because its copies all at once will now be difficult to restore those that existed. He decides to see how long the administrator can rule this way. Procyon came up and asked if the administrator was okay. At this moment, the administrator puts on his mask, and he goes into the portal. He says that he needs to return. Procyon just looks after the administrator with a frustrated look. After some time, the administrator is already sitting in his office on a chair. Suddenly he notices that he has received secret reports that Zeno sent him. The administrator sees that this letter is about the behavior of Mia, who has recently become suspicious. The administrator thinks it's quite possible that at some point the girl ran into Arya. The administrator expected this. After all, since Mia began to follow Arya more than usual, then Arya is it really? She still has no plans to return. At this moment, the administrator sees another message from Zeno. This is about the abnormal behavior of Procyon. Zeno also found indirect evidence that the data was leaked to the outside world. Zeno suggests that it may be Arya. At this moment, photographs of the main character are visible on the screen. The administrator remembers that he definitely deleted this guy with his own hands. But the administrator cannot understand how Aiden stayed. On top of that, Aiden even gained administrator powers. The administrator doesn't understand. Is this really a new virus? After all, be that as it may, he needs to act. He calls his team and turns on the search for Aiden. But at this moment, the system says that access is denied, and the system was unable to complete this operation. The administrator is very surprised by what appears on the screen. He doesn't understand what kind of information he can't see. He thinks about whether this means that the main character's number is higher than the administrator's. After all, the administrator was looking for this guy all the time, and he couldn't even think that will find him this way. The administrator opens the sign and doesn't understand. Is this really the same guy? This is Trojan. At this moment, the administrator calls Mrs. Procyon to him, and the girl appears at that moment. The administrator says that there is something he needs to do, and Procyon must act with caution. If he finds out that the administrator has noticed, he will hide again. The administrator says that they must take possession of the main character. The girl understands everything the administrator tells her, and Procyon says that she will put everything she has on the line and definitely get this guy. After some time, the main character Arya as well as Theodore set off on their journey. Theodore turns to the main character and says that this should not happen. Aiden can leave it to him. After all, Theodore agrees to do this to the best of his ability. Aiden understood everything the guy told him, and he tells Theodore to wait a little. After all, if they decide this, in the village they won't be late. He asks Katya, are all high-ranking guards really like this? After all, this is so stunning for the main character. Arya replies that of course it is. After all, since they are talking about experience only for the sake of administrators. In addition, they have been neglected for a long time and therefore they are even more motivated. Aiden says that, if you think about it, then the demonic monsters were also left unattended. He asks why there were demonic monsters in that place. Arya reveals that this is because demonic monsters are also part of the system. One of the roles of high-ranking guards is to get rid of from demonic monsters at the proper time, and even demonic monsters with Theo were left unattended because they couldn't update, Aiden asks. Does this then mean that the demonic monsters posing a threat were just a lie? Arya replies that this is true because demonic monsters, this is nothing more than equipment for player growth. Aiden needs to think about this, she asks. Does the main character really think that demonic monsters pose a threat to them? After all, they will never die even if they are attacked by demonic monsters. Arya says that since they are perfectly protected by the system, nothing threatens them. And what really makes them dead is infection with a virus or deletion. The main character thinks that this is shocking. He doesn't understand. Have they been living a lie all this time? After all, Aiden certainly thought it was strange. They never raided the village because they never left the territory allotted to them. They were there all this time, under the control of the system. At this moment, the girl begins to call the main character and tells Aiden to hurry up because they have already arrived. At this moment, the main character and Arya, as well as the guards, came to the village of Ersa. The main character looks at everything that has been built there. Arya says that the village has changed somewhat. The hero replies that the villagers must have been working hard. When the main character arrived in the village, he approaches the children and asks how they are feeling. Helen rushes into the gentleman's arms and says that she wanted to see him. Aiden asks if the kids know. Where are Jake and Celia now? Helen says that the two said they were going to the dungeon. After some time, Jake and Celia open the doors. They see Sir Aiden sitting there. The main character is glad that these two have already arrived. Jake asks how Aiden arrived. The main character had to tell them the wind, but Aiden says it's okay, and he just came to visit for a while. Aiden thinks this is a clear effect of the experience point increase event. After all, now Celia has 101 and Jake has 92nd. The main character sees these two growing up quickly. Jake apologizes to the master, but he asks who the man is who is standing behind him. At this moment, Theodore says that as soon as he looked at the guys more closely, they looked like operators. Theodore says he is pleased to meet them. After all, the guards are here to help the new administrator, and he is a high-ranking guard named Theodore. He asks the two to address him as they see fit. She is surprised that there is a high-ranking guardian in front of her. After some time, the main character told these two what happened to him. Celia replies that she heard from Sir Sirius before. High-ranking guards are very talented. Jay says it must have been difficult. Aiden replies that he's had enough of this story. He asks how the village is doing and if anything happened while he couldn't contact them. At this moment, Jake turns around to Celia and does not understand whether they should tell this to the gentleman. Aiden asks, what about their reaction? Has something really happened? Celia says that the fact is that the players came to the village. Aiden asks what they said. Celia replies that they weren't causing trouble or anything. They were good-natured people. Jake says that the players simply exchanged a few items and that's it. And they listened to several, or they tried there for about a day and came back, but they don't know when. Something like this will happen again, so Jay says they are preparing in their own way. At this moment, the main character exhales and says that it is an incredible relief that nothing bad happened. But he turns to Arya and asks, how could this happen? Arya replies that she knew this would happen, but she didn't think it would happen so quickly. After all she did was change the search and convince that nothing was displayed on the map. But specifically looking for this place is another matter. After all, if these people were specifically looking for, this is the place they could do it, because the village does not have enough powers to restrict freedom. Aiden understands what this means, that it is impossible to completely block the village, but they can't do anything about it. Aiden asks if that means they have to think about it, so that players visit them further. Aiden turns to the operators and says that if anything happens, they should let them know whether it's Winter or Arya. At this moment, Theodore turns to the main character and asks the main character to give him an order too. After all, he will help him immediately. The main character says that he just had something. What did he want to ask the guy to take care of? Because that was the reason he returned to the village. The main character asks if maybe they will start testing it then. Arya asks what Aiden means by testing. Aiden replies that he received another command. When the conversation ended, the main character and his cameraman went outside. People are discussing what Sir Aiden is planning to do now. People don't know, but they decide. Just watch and find out. Aiden knows that this quest has brought him great benefit. The system says that the administrator's main character's powers have been increased to level 5, and the guy also received a new command called copying. Aiden sees that his strength has increased and he has a new command, and if this is so, then Aiden will probably be able to do it. The main character turns to the girl and asks if Arya told him this before. To be a true administrator, Aiden must be content aware, and now Aiden is going to show the girl new content. The main character goes into space. Aiden decides he needs to remember. This is the same feeling when he saw the eyes of the players climbing the tower. And Aiden wanted to copy this one. But what he needs is not just a copy. After all, it needs to be improved. New image. The system indicates that new content has been updated. The system asks Aiden to select a name for the new content. Aiden thinks about it. What name should he choose for the new content, and he calls it Challenge Tower. At this time, Arya and the rest of the people were left with weapons and did not see only a huge bright light. Jake turns to Mr. Aiden and says that she's huge. After all, a tower appeared in front of them. At that moment, Aiden appears and says that he is finally done. He tells that it was too tiring. The main character turns to Theodore and says that from now on, he leaves the management of this tower in charge, and Theodore must also look after the people. Theodore says Sir Aiden can rely on him. After all, he will never disappoint him. The main character begins to lose consciousness, but at that moment Arya catches him. The girl says that Aiden did a great job, and the main character really succeeds. At this moment, 2 players are being led down the street and one guy says that his friend is lying to him. But the player says that the guy has already made fun of him several times. But the guy says that this time it's true because that city is full of rare items that are difficult to get. And at first he thought that there was some kind of event there, but they said that these things seem to be common here. And so before anyone else finds out, they need to go there and see everything with their own eyes. At this moment, a third player appears in front of them, who said that this was quite strange. After all, at the time when he went to the village of Ersa, he remembers that it was an ordinary place. And after the administrator blocked her visit and stopped, the guy says it doesn't matter now. After all, this is a huge opportunity and they decide to quickly go and have a look. It turns out that all this time the players were being eavesdropped on by the same guy who mocked the main character when Aiden was still a simple person. The guy says this is great information. He tells his friend to stop because he is already sick. A friend asks what the guy said. Had he forgotten the reason why they were in this situation? After all, they won't be accepted anywhere else except in this place, so the guy gotta get busy with work or something. But the evil guy replies that this is a good chance to change their lives and, after all, he smells money. The players who discuss the village of Ersa indicate that they are there. The guy sees that the village really isn't on the map. The player says that there are no more players in this place. Apparently they haven't found out yet. But suddenly they notice that there is a tower there, although a few seconds ago it was not in this place. They do not understand. Does this really look like a testing tower? And this is new content. The player asks if there was an update here. One of the guys opens the system. He says that there is nothing like that in the advertisements. They don't understand what's happening, but they decide to go quickly and take a look. The player sees that these two madmen won't be able to do anything about it anyway, and he probably misunderstood everything. When players go inside the village, they see that the village doesn't look much. The guy says that he thought so too then. But the elder will understand all this only when he sees it with his own eyes. In this moment, the elder notices that there is a forge there and he decides to go check it out. When they enter the forge, two men are working there. They discuss that this should be enough and decide to take a break. They thank Sir Aiden for making a big difference in their lives. After all, the main character taught their different skills and techniques. Aiden selects and provides only the best materials. And thanks to the main character, the residents' tools became extravagant. After all, a diamond pickaxe and a jade axe appeared. When players enter the forge, they see that the city is strengthened, and they decide that it's good that they came. Residents of the city see that these are players, and these are the ones who came to this place before. The man asks what they can do for them. The main player says that both the weapons and armor are excellent, and he would like to buy a few, but they don't have price tags. The player asks if they sell these things. The men say they don't want the player's money, but if they listen to their request, then they can give the guy what they want. The man asks how the players could notice. Then this village is abundant compared to the past, but they are missing one thing. He says that there is no shortage of this. But lately, they have not eaten properly. After all, lately they have only vegetables. After all, the food is in this place. Not really because it's hard to get good ingredients locally. The man asks why they couldn't. The players would share their food with them. The player is surprised that they are simply asking for ingredients. The guy says that men should not refuse later. After all, the players will now take the ingredients from the warehouse. The head of the players is surprised that these people exchange food for equipment. This is amazing. Players go to the warehouse. But at this moment, the main one cannot understand why there is nothing in this place. Really, this was not a quest. But they don't have time to worry about it. The player must find them faster. At this moment, the evil guy and his friend had already reached the village. My friend couldn't even think that there wasn't a hidden village on the map. The guy replies that they must use this chance and must first open the hidden item. At this moment, the guy opens the doors, where Sophia and Logan stand. Logan starts to get angry. Well, one of the guys says it looks like an ordinary house and it doesn't look like anything important. But they decide to open all the boxes and chests first. They come up and start looking for something. The guy breaks the jug. Logan starts screaming and asking what they are doing, and they must leave this place immediately. The evil guy starts to get angry and asks what Logan said and how dare he stop the player. Now the evil guy grabs Logan by her clothes and pulls her towards him. He says, "It was quite the fact that things haven't been going very well lately." He says that slaves should be destroyed quietly as slaves. Now the guy points his fist to hit the guy, but unexpectedly for him, cabbage soup appears in front of the bones. The guy can't figure out what it is. But suddenly, Celia appears and asks what the guy is doing. Does he really want to die? After some time, the main character wakes up, and he does not understand whether he has lost consciousness. But Aiden sees that he has used too much energy, and using commands is taking a toll on his body. Arya is glad that the guy woke up. Aiden asks, "Did the girl really stay with him all this time?" Arya replies that Aiden needs to understand how important he is. The main character asks how long he slept. Arya replies that Aiden was unconscious all day. He was probably exhausted. Arya says that things will get better once he learns how to use commands. After some time, the main character gets out of bed and is about to go outside. People are happy because Mr. Aiden has woken up. Jake runs up to him and asks if everything is okay with the main character. After all, they were worried. Aiden replies that he is fine. At this moment, Sophia runs up to them and begins to ask for forgiveness. She calls the main character, and Aiden doesn't understand what happened. But the girl says that one of the players who came, the village is causing a commotion right now. The main character suddenly takes off from his seat, so the earth even cracked under his feet. Aiden heads to the house where Logan is now. At this moment, the two guys who snuck into the house fly out and Celia sent them out. The guy says it's impossible. He doesn't understand why a simple person is so strong. At this moment, Celia notices the main character. She is glad that Aiden woke up. At this moment, the player remembers the blacksmith Aiden. Celia is surprised. Does the main character really know this guy? Aiden says that he knows him a little and can already tell what happened. This guy is probably wandering around looking for valuables. Aiden asks, "Did the guy really learn nothing after losing all his money? That the guy will die today?" At this moment, the evil guy opens his inventory and asks if Aiden knows how many problems there are. He delivered it to them. When the guy tries to get his equipment to hit the main character, at this moment, a fist flies directly into his face, and so the guy flies off to the side. Jake appears in front of him. The guy tells the player not to get close to the main character. After all, Aiden is not someone a player can disrespect, doesn't understand what it is. After all, he is a player of the chosen system, and how these two became cameramen. The angry guy doesn't understand. "What kind of place is this anyway?" Aiden asks. "Is it really all because of him?" After all, none of this happened if he would have successfully improved their things that day. And it must have been hard for him, so Aiden thought about it. The main character will improve them again as an apology and all for free. At this moment, the main character takes out his hammer. The evil guy is trying to stop the main character, but Aiden comes up to him and tells the guys not to worry because he will take this seriously. After all, this time he will not let them down, and we shouldn't just wait. The system says that the improvement was failed and the equipment was destroyed. Now the main characters are left almost without clothes, and they are running away from this village. They shout that all the inhabitants will die when they see them for the last time. The main character turns to Celia and asks the girl to add these two to the blacklist. Aiden says he doesn't care how Celia does it, but she just can't let those guys of yours come back. The girl agrees with the words of the main character. Aiden talks about being the moderator of this place for now. He won't let the players do whatever they want. After all, they no longer need to do anything for the benefit of the players, and they too should start preparing. Aiden says apparently, "Dress even more players and hide. It will soon become useless." Celia replies that it's a matter of time before the operators find out about this and they need a plan. Arya says Celia is right. After all, since the system of this place is different from other villages, they don't know what the players will do. The main character says that then they should try to attract more players. Jake appeals. He says to the main character that it would be better to hide so that rumors don't start to spread. Aiden says they will get caught sooner or later. If the content of this place is useful to the players, then everyone will start coming to this place. And if this happens, then neither operators nor administrators will be able to get rid of this place. Jake says that then they should prepare before more players are brought in. The main character stretches out his hands and tells the operators to take his hand. After all, he thinks about this together with Arya, and he planned to do it when everyone was in this place. After all, whatever happens, they shouldn't go into shock. He asks them not to let go of his hand. At this moment, the main character and his friends go into space. They can't understand what it is. Aiden explains that this is system space, and it's okay, so Celia and Jake must remain calm. After all, from now on, Aiden will share part of his power with them. At this moment, the system says that synchronization and moderator rights have been distributed, and also the cloud was discovered. Aiden says this is how operators can use cloud storage, and this will help them protect and govern the village. There are items in the cloud storage, which the main character and Arya collected, and operators can use whatever they need. Aiden will do everything he can to support the village. The update has been completed, and the main character says that from now on the operators must become more serious. A few days later, players come to this village. The main character watches completely from the side and says that the players are starting to gather. Aiden thinks the tower will fulfill its purpose properly. Arya says that apparently the players like it. She asks if Aiden feels something. The main character replies that he still has a lot to do, and all he did was make a small change to the tower. Arya says that, but that doesn't change the fact. What is this new content point thanks to this? She has attracted quite a lot of problematic guys. Aiden says these guys ended up increasing his karma, and in any case he thanks Theodore for this. After all, he simplified everything for him. After all, he simply took care of his duty as a guard. The tower is also in good condition, and there are clear differences compared to previous content, also Theodore says, which is positively perceived by the players. Aiden says it's great. They must continue in the same spirit. The main character says to contact him immediately, with him whenever Theodore needs help or has a problem. The guy agrees, and Aiden says he would still like to attract even more players. After all, there are more players. It will come if there is an obvious benefit in this place. What players want most is development. The main character uses double experience points, appears in front of the players. Notice that they will receive double experience and reward inside the challenge tower. The players don't understand. Isn't this crazy? After all, this kind of event has never happened before. And that's not all. They even receive buffs if they fulfill the request of a villager. The duration of the double experience buff is 2 hours. And after fulfilling the request, village resident. This does not stack with the challenge tower buff. People are discussing that now is not the time for them to hang around and they should tell others about it. After all, if then players must come to this place where he marked it on the map as soon as possible. The main character watches this from the side and says that it is very effective. Theodore says as expected from Mr. Aiden. Arya thinks that now that the main character has attracted everyone's attention, more and more people will try to target them. Therefore, the girl will need to be confident, but she will not let her guard down. After all, the moderators will also notice this sooner or later, and maybe the girl should call Mia and monitor the situation. At this moment, messages from players about the village of Ersa yesterday converged on different cities. The players discuss whether they received a notification. After all, apparently the village of Ersa, which was blocked, opened again. And there is new content and events. One of the players says that he didn't see anything. Is there something going on the notice board? But the guys discuss that now is not the time for this, and they decide to hurry up. Until there were even more people there. Mrs. Proshin overheard this entire conversation. At this time, a meeting of elders is taking place in the Hydra Guild Hall. The chapter says that everything to live is about the situation, but they tell him that there are no problems. One of the guys asks why they haven't heard any news from Duntown, that the entire area was destroyed. The main question is how badly the guy named Aiden was beaten. After all, the main thing is really disappointed. At this moment, the chief turns to Misha and says, for the guy to explain. After all, it's better for him to properly explain what happened. Mr. Hydra Guild tells him all this in the name of Duncan's. Aiden starts to apologize and says that although the management of hunting animals and the performance of other tasks went smoothly, but the one whom he suspects that he is a ranker who suddenly appeared. Duncan's is surprised that Aiden met a ranker. The guy says that he prepared the image in case the gentleman wants to take a look for himself. Duncan's opens the image and sees Aiden and Arya standing there. This girl looks familiar to him. Does he really think so? After all, this hair is blue, but he thinks that this is impossible. At this moment, Duncan's notices that one of the players is acting strangely. Duncan's asks what's the matter. The guy says that he received an emergency call and apparently new content was discovered. Duncan's asks what the guy means. After all, they did not receive any notification about this. Duncan's decides to check, but the guy says that it seems this is a content tower. Located in the village of Ersa and there are events with prizes, Duncan's asks. Which guild is currently occupying this village? The guy doesn't think any guild approved this one. Duncan's thinks that it is impossible for the 5 big guilds not to know about this, and he needs to act immediately. Although there was no update, but players will gather to watch the new content, the result will be unimaginable. Duncan's gets up from the table and says that they should claim this place first. Then other guilds will have a chance. He proposes to send elite members to this place. And get ready now, Duncan's asks. Have they really started updating after not doing so for so long? Duncan's doesn't understand why this is happening so suddenly. Suddenly a monster appears behind Mr. Guild. He asks what kind of update he is interested in. Duncan says the monster scared him. Duncan's is sure that he told the monster not to appear so abruptly. This is a virus named Regit. Regit says that he doesn't care at all what Duncan's tells him. The monster asks Duncan's to tell him all the details. Did Duncan's really say there was an update? Mr. says that they don't know anything yet. After all, there was nothing like that in the ad. Duncan says that all they know. This is that new content has appeared in the village of Ersa. The virus does not think that the current admins are capable of creating new content, so it is interested in what is happening. There is only one person who is capable of creating such things. The virus is sure that the worms are watching this guy. Aiden ever since he got administrator rights. The virus says the skull told it not to do anything, to give him away. But Regit asks, did the guy really think that he would listen to an order of this kind? After all, Regit represents what expression? He will make a face when Regit gets him first. Regit tells Duncan's to send warriors to the village of Ersa. After all, there is someone they must catch. Duncan starts screaming and talking to. The monster didn't talk nonsense. After all, they are still in the experimental phase. If the administrators find out, Duncan's will be finished. Regit says the guy doesn't need to worry about it. This time, the administrators are busy with something else, and the virus is confident that the cheaters they create will cope with this task properly. Sometime later at the operators' meeting, Dyke begins to shout and ask, what does Mia mean? The girl replies that she means exactly what she said. After all, today is her last day as an operator. All the other operators are incredibly surprised. From what the girl said, Dyke asks why Mia is doing this so suddenly. Mia tells the guy not to be so surprised because she's been talking about this for a long time, I thought. Dyke is incredibly surprised by the girl's words. Mia says that the reason is because what she became a cameraman was to help Arya. After all, Arya accepted. The girl as if she was useless with open arms. And so Mia accepted, deciding that this is the only person she can follow. Mia planned. Wait until Arya returns, but this is no longer necessary. Dyke asks, who is Arya? Zeno replies that the guy doesn't know her. After all, the members are different from those that were before. It's just Mia and him, and those who until now have been operators. Mia says anyway. She leaves, while Dyke is trying to stop the girl. Mia talks about how she will return the noble weapons. Dyke tries to stop the girl, but at this moment Lloyd asks, is Mia really thinking that she could leave like this? Mia asks if she thinks so. Then what? Zeno says that he has no reason to stop the girl. In a normal case, this would be the case. However, by order of the administrator, Zeno cannot let her go. Zeno asks, "Is Mia going to go looking for Arius?" he is asking. Has Mia forgotten that Arya broke a taboo? After all, Arya put her hands on something she shouldn't and put the administrator in danger. After this incident, the leader changed. Zeno asks, "Doesn't Mia know this?" Zeno says Mia's work as a cameraman is excellent, and Zeno doesn't want to do this to an old comrade, but the administrator's order is unconditional, and so he asks that Mia not make the wrong choice. Mia starts laughing and asks what Zeno even knows. She tells the guy to try and stop her if he can. At this moment, an explosion unexpectedly occurs, and a piece of the wall breaks off because Mia breaks out to run away and Zenon tries to catch up with her. Lloyd asks what's going on. After all, when Procyon is not around, they have some problems. Isabel says they have to catch up with them. Before leaving, Dyke turns to Celine and asks what about her. The girl replies that she is fine and people like her will only get in the way. Selena says she won't get involved in this matter. At this time, a fight takes place between Zeno and Mia. Zeno uses his sword and points it towards the girl. Mia, in turn, uses fire. After only one moment, Mia rises and begins to float in the air. Fire emanates from around her and she begins throwing fireballs at Zeno. The remaining operators are watching what is happening. Dyke doesn't understand what to do. After all, he must stop these two. But Dyke will die if he finds himself in the center of what is happening. After all, there is fire. Lloyd says that won't do. Isabel invites them to cooperate with Zeno. At this moment, Isabel and Lloyd are already flying off to team up with Operator Zenon. But Dyke doesn't understand what's going on. He asks them to wait for him. At this moment, Dyke starts shouting for Mia to wait. In just one moment, Lloyd approaches Mia and tries to hit her with his sword. But at this moment, Mia puts her fiery hand and interrupts the guy's blow. The girl asks, "Is Lloyd planning to stand in her way?" Lloyd replies that just like Zeno said, they must follow the operator's orders. And it is a great sin to break a taboo, and helping such a person will bring enormous chaos. But at this moment, Mia tells the guy to shut up. She uses her fiery hand and hits the guy right in the stomach, from which Lloyd flies off to the side. After all, the girl's flaming punch is incredible. This is the kind of blow the guy makes a huge hole in the mountain. Mia doesn't understand that the other operators even know. They don't even understand. Why did she do this? Mia says Arya did all this for the administrator. And if Lloyd still thinks about stopping Mia, then he should get ready. Because now, Mia won't hold back. Lloyd holds his stomach with his hand because it hurts him a lot. He is surprised by such a village. After all, who would have thought that he would be so battered after just one blow? Lloyd doesn't understand how they can stop the dot girl now because commands are useless against operators. Now Isabel is trying to attack the girl. Isabel is attacked from behind by her, wants to stab Mia, but the girl sees that she is being attacked and she tries to repel the blow. Dyke is completely watching from the side and he sees that Mia is not joking. The guy is thinking about the fact that this is not at all like Mia. After all, he didn't even think that there was such a big difference in strength between the operators. Lloyd approaches Isabel and asks if she can move. The girl replies that, of course she can. And the guy should take better care of himself. Lloyd doesn't think they can defeat Mia even if they attack together. Lloyd didn't even know Mia was so strong. After all, his body does not listen. He says that it has finally come to this. After all, she had been waiting for this for a long time. At this point, Isabel goes into battle again. Lloyd shouts that the girl has no chance. After all, they must work together. And still, now Isabel is next to Mia, and she says that she always wanted to fight with the strongest operator Mia for real. Mia asks, "Is this really?" She is the strongest operator. After all, the only one worthy of this title is Arya. And at this moment, when the girl says this, she pushes her away and gets sick to the side. Suddenly, Mia notices a bright light from the side. She turns around and sees that it is Lloyd who is attacking her. The girl tries to fend off the guy's blow, but at that moment Isabel attacks her again. An incredible battle takes place, from which a hole has already formed in the ground. Rocks fly everywhere and high smoke rises. Lloyd hopes it worked, but Isabel tells the guy not to let his guard down because it's impossible for Mia to lose so easily. At this moment, Isabel notices something and she tells Lloyd to dodge because now there are a huge number of smart balls flying that can hit them. Lloyd doesn't understand. Can't even the two of them cope against Mia? At this point, Mia starts to get very strong. She gets angry and makes a huge fireball in space. Isabel and Lloyd don't understand what's happening, but in just one moment, Mia directs this huge fireball at the guy and the girl. Suddenly, Zeno appears and tries to fend off such a blow. He swings his sword, but suddenly stones begin to fly. Zeno stands in front of Mia. Zeno says that Mia has become stronger, and even much stronger compared to what the girl was like when she first became an operator. Zeno says that if nothing is done, they will not be able to defeat the girl. Mia asks, has Zeno really decided to act seriously? Zeno sees that this power is not intended for such a thing, but he has no other choice. After all, the administrator's orders are absolute. At this time, the main character is now fighting with a mythical creature while completing his task. At this moment, the system says that the guy's level has been increased. Aiden decides to continue in the same spirit. After all, raising his level is going smoothly. After all, now the main character is already level 250. At this moment, the main character is in the sand zone. Aiden talks about how he still needed a private area like this. At this moment, the main character is talking on the phone with Theodore and says that Theodore gave him a stronger magical monster this time. Theodore asks if the gentleman will be okay. The guy thinks that the main character should rest. Aiden asks what the guy is talking about. After all, so far, everything is going so well that he needs as much as possible. Improve your strength more, he is asking. Does Arya agree with this opinion? But at this moment, Arya does not answer the guy. After all, because in front of the girl there is a warning system where, and they talk about Mia not responding to messages. The girl turns to the main character and says that something happened so she needs to leave. Arya says that since Theodore is with a guy, they can cope without her, and Arya will be back soon. The main character is surprised. He says that Arya knows how to make noise, but Aiden wonders where the girl went. But since this is Arya, there shouldn't be any problems. At this moment, Celia calls the main character and says that a huge crowd of players is coming towards them. Aiden replies that it's nothing unusual. Not happening. Ask, is there really something wrong? But Celia says that this time everything is different and she thinks that the players are members of one of the 5 great guilds. Meanwhile, the fight between Mia and the rest of the operators continues. Isabel watches what happens between Zeno and Mia. She sees that as soon as Zeno took off his helmet and his level increased. The girl can't understand. How is this possible? After all, who would have thought that Zeno was hiding such power? After all, when Isabel asked Zeno, the guy didn't give her a clear answer about the helmet, and the girls thought that the guy was also from the dragonoid race. At this moment, Zeno swings his sword and he tries to attack the girl. But unexpectedly, it turns out that Zeno was able to wound Mia with his blow, and now the girl has early on her hand. But she's not serious yet, so Mia tries to fend off the rest of the guy's blows. Zeno swings his sword again and he wants to hit the girl. Zeno says that Mia is complicating everything. Dyke doesn't understand. Is this really the girl's justice regime? After all, he sees him for the first time. Dyke doesn't understand if this means that the girls have been driven into a corner. After all, now Mia uses huge claws made of stones. She points one hand to strike Zeno. Mia attacks the guy and tries to hit the guy. At this point, Lloyd says it's incredible. After all, even Zeno has difficulty restraining Mia. Isabel screams for Zeno to use her submission weapon. After all, this is the only way to block Mia's attack. Lloyd cannot understand what Dinah is doing at this moment. Isabel asks why Zeno. It just stands in one place. They start calling the guy. Suddenly, Zeno jumps up from his seat and he makes several swings with his sword while stabbing Mia. Nobody understands what is happening. Lloyd asks how so, because he couldn't even see anything. Zeno turns to Mia and says that this one has the power. As an administrator, he personally deprives her of her position, and to avoid a repeat of today's situation, he will take her weapon of submission. From now on, Zeno recommends that the girl be more obedient. At the moment, the system says that Mia's operator powers have been deleted. Zeno says that the administrator will decide after some time what to do with the girl. But suddenly lightning appears and Arya comes out. At one point, one picks up Mia in her arms. Mia is happy that her sister came to the rescue. Arya says she's sorry because she has to. Was noticed earlier, and now Mia can rest. But at this moment when Arya says this, Zeno is already attacking her. Arya starts screaming in front of him. Zeno asks how this could happen because he was sure that the system blocked most of her abilities and skills. Arya talks about taking Mia with her, and also the girl will be grateful if Zeno just lets her go. But the guy answers so that Arya doesn't make him laugh. After all, they won't go anywhere. At this moment, Lloyd and Isabel approach Zeno. Lloyd asks, "Was it really the girls who spoke to Mia?" Zeno says this is so. They should use the weapon of submission. After all, Arya is the first operator, and at a certain point she was equal in strength to the administrator. Lloyd and Isabel are incredibly surprised that Arya is the first cameraman. It's a crushing feeling of pressure. Therefore, operators feel it. Suddenly, Isabel looks at her hands in surprise and she realizes that she is shaking. Arya says that she only came to pick up Mia. But in the end, everything turned around, exactly this way. At this point, Isabel wants to test how effective her power is against Arius. Isabel goes into battle and tries to attack Arius. Isabel tries to stab the girl, but Arya blocks the blow with just one hand. And Isabel flies far to the side from such enormous force. Arya asks, did she really hit the girl very hard? After all, Procyon hates it when, "I'm breaking something here." Arya is glad that Procyon is not here now. Zeno tries to attack the girl. He swings his sword and he understands. What can't hit a girl? After all, Arya is so fast that she dodges every blow. But Arya then extends her hand and uses lightning. She hits the guy with it, and Zeno flies to the side. Zeno tries to get up from his knees and asks, how so? After all, lightning is a mid-level ability. He doesn't understand why the attack was so powerful. Zeno says that Arya is just a monster. Zeno tries to attack the girl again. He swings his sword but again misses the girl, and in just one instant his sword breaks into pieces. Arya asks, how can a guy attack her when she has no weapon of submission? The girl says that she is aware that a lot of time has passed since their last meeting. But Arya asks if Zeno is underestimating her too much. Zeno doesn't think that. Arya is in a position to tell him how to fight. Zeno tells the girl to come to this place. This is shamelessness on her part. After all, the guy only has to look at the girl and he can no longer contain his rage. Zeno tries to hit the girl with his sword, but Arya fights her off with her dagger. Zeno says that antivirus protects what is most important, and that was the work that Arya did. Zeno says that if Arya had only carried out her duties correctly, then Mr. Administrator would not have had to change. Arya swings her sword and tries to hit Zeno, but suddenly, at one moment, someone grabs her by the arm, and at that moment Zeno dreams of her. It turns out that the Administrator appeared in front of them. The Administrator says that they have not seen Arya for a long time. After some time, a spatial portal appears in the forest through which Mia escapes. The girl falls to the ground and realizes that she cannot stop. After all, she must move on. At this moment, Mia is holding. In my hands is the same medallion, which the main character gave to Arya. Mia thinks that she needs to quickly tell the main character the truth. At this time, it turns out that a huge number of players with Hydra are heading towards the village of Ersa. The remaining players begin to disperse because they do not want to get involved with this guild. The Vice Guild Master asks, is it really here? After all, this is a very small village and he brought a lot of his people to this place to capture such a place. The assistant says that the intelligence group reported that no one else presented anything. The Vice Guild Master says that this is luck, and then they can calmly take everything in this place. He turns to the members of his guild and says that they were having fun because it is now their property. At this moment, the main one is told that someone is coming. It turns out that Theodore came to the Hydra Guild. The assistant asks who Theodore is. He must explain what he is doing here. The Vice Guild Master says that there are always people who don't understand hints. The guy Theodore moved out of their way and did not interfere. After only one moment, the guard summons a huge number of crystals from which magical rays begin to flow to destroy the Hydra Guild. The guild members don't understand what's going on. The Vice Guild Master says that Theodore is crazy. Now the guy is very angry and he wants Theodore to die. The guy starts to attack, but Theodore uses a shield. The guys notice how the captain is already in the hands of the guard. Theodore took the guy by the throat and lifted him up. All the guild members are scared. They don't understand what's happening. The Vice Guild Master wants to understand what kind of monster this is. They can't understand. Is Theodore a rancor? Theodora says that based on his observations, he came to the conclusion that they are hostile to the Hydra Guild. And Theodore defends this place in the name of Mr. Aiden. Theodore says that the Hydra must be eliminated. Suddenly the guy starts calling Mr. Aiden. He says not to rush. After all, the Hydra Guild will still return to life. Aiden thinks it's worth at least listening to why they're here. Aiden tells Theodore to let this guy go. Aiden reveals that he is the owner of this area. He asks why the Hydra Guild came to this place in such a crowd. It begins to last because someone has already settled in this place. And now things have become more complicated. After all, he could have solved the problem by force if not for that monster. Now what he has to convince the main character. The Vice Gel Master asks to wait a minute because there was a misunderstanding. And they didn't come to fight. They just wanted to create a base here after they heard that a new city had appeared. The guy apologizes for alarming the head. After all, they needed to find a new one. Base for the guys, that's all. The Vice Gel Master says that this is also good for the main character. After all, if a large guild settles here, the market will increase and there will be more people. And the guy says that it sounds profitable. The main character is lost in thought and he doesn't understand what to do. After all, the secret master thinks that this stupid guy will definitely agree. After all, as soon as he captured the guild hall, then this place will become theirs. But suddenly the main character says that he refuses. The Vice Guild Master is very surprised by this answer. But Aiden asks, is the guy really stupid? After all, he is not interested in being a guy. But in the end, he almost directly stated that he wanted to benefit from the resources and content in this village. Aiden asks what kind of fool would agree to something like that on her. The Vice Gel Master begins to get angry and ask questions. Does Aiden think he's stupid? Does Aiden really think he is so special if he can play the king of such a small village? He is asking. Is Aiden himself an administrator or operator? At this moment, the Vice Guild Master addresses the members of his guild and says that enough is enough, and he orders the players to take everything from this village. After all, even a rancor cannot cope with such a crowd. The Vice Gel Master shouts that the participants should not leave a single object in this place. Jake turns to Celia and says that this is exactly what Mr. Aiden said. Celia replies that they will be exhausted after using the ability, but they are ready to protect the main character. At this moment, the main character calls the team. Aiden remembers getting a call from Jake and Celia. Aiden then asked, was it really one of the 5 guilds that came to them? He asked. Does their sign really look like several snake heads? Then Celia replied that this was exactly the case. After all, this is the symbol of the Hydra Guild. The girl asked how Aiden knew, but she knows that Theodore will intercept them. They asked Mr. Aiden to leave this to them. After all, he and Theodore will somehow stop them. Well, Aiden said that it is not necessary for them to fight with the guild itself. After all, the Hydra must definitely have many enemies, and the main character has a good idea. At this moment, all players who are in the village received an event update. It was that people would pay dearly to try to capture this area. and they must bring down justice on the members of the Hydra Guild who came to rob the villages. Reward. For this there will be a buff for 10 hours for each destroyed guild member, and also during the quest, karma will not worsen. After what Aiden did, he felt bad. Jake asks if Mr. Aiden is okay. After all, Celia knows that this is hard work and that's why she thanks the main character. Aiden replies that everything is fine because he's already used to it. They have suffered for a long time for this and now the fun begins. A huge number of players appear in front of the Hydra Guild. After all, the time has come for them to show what they are worth. The Hydra Guild began a battle against the players who were in this village. Due to serious damage, many Hydra Guild players will be transferred into the damaged area. Celia says Mr. Aiden is great. After all, he even managed the players. Force him to volunteer to fight. Aiden says that this way they will have fewer problems themselves. But this Vice Guildmaster makes the main character very angry. After all, he says that whether it's an ambush or not, they are still the elite of the Hydro Guild. And them, it's just not possible. Then the guy told the guild members to kill all the players, and showed them why they are called one of the 5 great guilds. Aiden says that at this rate, and anyone will drag on for the whole day and should intervene. Theodore addresses the master with Aiden saying that he will take care of them if the master allows him. Aiden opens his inventory and takes out 2 weapons here. He says he knows Theodore could do it, but Aiden wants to try it himself. The main character goes to test the weapon he created. At this moment, the main character takes out a bow and arrows. After all, the players will deal with their subordinates. They will get rid of the commander. At this moment, an arrow suddenly flies into the commander's shoulder. He doesn't understand what it is. The guild players were afraid of what had happened to their vice guild master, but the commander told the stupid guys to hold the line. He understands that this cannot happen. After all, he was sure that he had prepared in detail for military attacks. But the villagers of Ersa used the execution arrow, which ignores any defense, and such an arrow is released only by the entrance. In extreme cases, since the materials from which it is made are very expensive, Theodore says that the main character should take a little to the left. Aiden understood his guard's hints. He sees that this is the same monster and he orders his subordinates to kill him. After all, they must kill the first Aiden. All Hydra members headed to get rid of the main character. Says it's just their dreams. He uses rapid fire, and it strikes the members of the Hydra Guild one after another. The Vice Gel Master says Aiden is crazy, but after only one moment, the main character shoots a huge number of arrows at the guy. And the members of the Hydra Guild see that their Vitya says the master is damaged. Participants continue to recruit and fight. The Hydra Guild players do not know what to do now. They must continue to defend. One of the guys thinks that now they are confused and this way they will only lose more people. One of the guys orders them to retreat. Theodore tells Mr. Aiden that the guys are leaving. The main character replies that this is good and he hopes that the Hydra Guild will not return again. And now everyone and not only will know what the attack on the villagers will lead to and what they will have to face. When the Hydro Guild members began to leave, they met more players on their way. The players began to discuss who it was. Didn't the Hydro Guild manage to escape? At this moment, one of the guys says that he doesn't care and he takes out his huge sword. After all, they will be able to increase the time of his buff. But suddenly this guy in a raincoat grabs the player's hand and the circle falls to the ground. They don't understand who this guy is. There are still such strong players who want to kill him. But the guy uses his strength and makes only one blow. What are the rest from? The players scatter to the sides. They understand that this is such an incredible power. Is this guy really a high-ranking player? The unknown guy begins to continue attacking the players. This guy is so strong that other players don't even have time to bet. Block to deflect his blow. Players scatter to the sides and stones fly. The players say that this is some kind of madness and they have never encountered anything like this. They decide to run away. At this moment, the unknown guy says that she is the power he wanted. Next to him is another strong guy. He asks him if he also wanted such power for himself and if he really feels great too. After all, with such strength they can resist even rankers. But first they need to find that guy Aiden. At this moment, a warning appears in front of the main character. After all, a new dangerous element has been discovered and emergency maintenance is recommended to the main character. The system asks if Aiden wants to start emergency maintenance. At this moment, the main characters turn to the guard Theodore. He says that these guys are associated with the virus and they can cause damage to the village. Aiden says they need to deal with them before that happens. He calls for emergency maintenance, and now the emergency maintenance of Ersa village has begun. A huge black ball rises above the village and the entire space is filled with red. Two strange guys can't believe it. Is this really maintenance? They assume that perhaps there is an administrator here. He asks if the administrator came to their liking. At this moment, the main character turns to Celia. The girl tells Mr. Aiden not to worry. After all, she moved everyone, including the players, to a safe location, just as Aiden taught her. The main character says that this is a good job and then they should deal with these two. The main character attacks two strange guys and he begins a battle with them. Shards of stones begin to fly around. Understands what is happening. But suddenly he sees that this is the same guy. At that moment, the evil guy grabbed the main character by the hand. He says that Aiden found a council that matches the description they were given, and who would have thought that Aiden? He will come to them himself. After all, this is the same guy. Another guy begins to attack the main character and says that Aiden will go with them. But suddenly, a huge ball begins to fly towards the guys from the side, and it hits, from which they fly off to the sides. They find themselves among the Ulamki. It turns out, Theodore and the guys say that anyone who dares to harm Mr. Aiden must be eliminated. Theodore turns to Mr. Aiden and says that he will take care of these guys. At this moment, one of the guys attacks the main character and asks where Aiden is looking.